All right. Welcome to the regular council meeting of November 27th. Before we start the council meeting, just a few housekeeping items. If you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phone to off or to vibrate. We do not have any public hearings today, but and then we'll go through the script when the delegations arrive on the use of the mics and everything else. So with that, I will start with introductions, please. First, Ryan.
Good morning, Ryan Morrison, Director Operational Services.
Good morning, Chris Ratchin, Director of Legislative, Community and Agricultural Services.
Good morning, Margareta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Greg Harris, Division 2.
Good morning, Jennifer Lutz, Division 7.
Good morning, Alan Miller, Division 3.
And good morning, Angela Albers, Division 5 in Reeve.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Division 6. Tiffany Nixon, Division 4.
Good morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1.
Morning, Laura Campmans, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, Jessica Ross, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services.
Good morning, William Durati, Municipal Intern.
Good morning, Shelley French, Communications.
Thank you. And just for those that are joining us on YouTube, all personal information collected will be managed in accordance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please note that the council meetings are being live streamed, recorded, and retained. So with that, we have an agenda in front of us. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Nixon. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And so just as part of the agenda, we do have 3 delegations today. So we have the Parkland Regional Library at 11:30. We have the Sundre Municipal Library coming at 1, and we have the regional Mountain View Regional Film Office at 1:30. So wherever we are in the agenda, we will be breaking and ensuring that we can accommodate those delegations at the times they have been allotted. So with that, we have regular council minutes of November 13th. Are there any errors or omissions in those council minutes? Seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Made by Councillor Miller. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. As mentioned before, we have no public hearings, and so we will move directly into old business, 8.1 bunkhouse with land use bylaw. Margareta, please.
Thank you. So the report starts on page 63. Again, the item as well as the next item is a result of the Committees of Council report that Municipal Planning Commission provided in October this year. So Council directed, after receiving that report, that additional information be brought forward. So the first agenda item is for bunkhouses, and Jessica Ross will provide additional information.
Thank you. So through the chair, so within the report, it's outlined what the current regulations are within the land use bylaw for bunkhouses. So it is a discretionary use and does have to, the dwelling type is not actually prescribed in the regulation, does have to meet building code for year-round residential occupancy. They are not considered to contribute to dwelling density, and essentially the intent of the bunkhouse was to accommodate farm workers for agricultural operations. So there is currently no specific use regulations for bunkhouses. There is a definition in the land use bylaw, which is included in the report. So since 2019, we had 5 development permits approved for bunkhouses for various different reasons, all for agricultural operations approved through the Municipal Planning Commission. So when we were looking for some research with regards to who has what for rural municipalities in close proximity to Mountain View, we did send out a referral to multiple municipalities. Responses were received from Wheatland County, Rocky View County, and Red Deer County, and the questions that were asked were the same to each municipality. Whilst they didn't have bunkhouse per se, they had similar uses that were being utilized in the same fashion. So then we move down into the report. So that information is actually included as an attachment because it wouldn't load right with the report. So you'll see it as an attachment to this. And on the screen currently, you'll see that, Red Deer County did have something similar, clustered farm dwellings. Rocky View County had accessory dwelling unit, Wheatland County dwelling clustered farm. So they all have that agricultural component to them. Some do have specific use regulations, some permitted, some discretionary. And then with regards to circulation to adjacent landowners, one does, Red Deer County, and the other two do not. So then I'll just scroll up the page here. So with regards to that, administration did look at the current regulations in the land use bylaw and what could possibly fit for future changes to the land use bylaw. And items for consideration would be things such as specific use regulations, which would basically imply that application of a bunkhouse should meet a certain criteria and should be in close proximity to the existing residential use, and that the approving authority shall require the applicant of an application to prescribe written community consultation prior to the submission of a development permit application. And that's all I have for you right now. Any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Council, questions for administration? Councillor Johnson.
Not questions, but I would encourage that we would adopt or suggest for adoption to the land use bylaw, the 4 specific use regulations that
Okay,
are
so
outlined.
before we do that, Councillor Johnson, I just would like to go through and maybe have just see if there's any questions. Is that
Okay.
acceptable? Because it may, let's just start with questions on.
Okay.
So is there any questions for administration? Councillor Harris.
So Jessica, can you give us an idea of the complaint history on the bunkhouses that we have? If any?
Yeah, so through the chair, we haven't received complaints on bunkhouses. I mean, there was one file in particular that questioned residential use on the property, and the bunkhouse was a result of making sure there's compliance, but which actually ended up being refused and then subsequently appealed. But other than that, there's been no specific complaints based on a use as a bunkhouse existing.
Okay.
you.
Councillor Bolton.
So in regards to dwelling density, so on a quarter section, the maximum number of dwellings is 4, correct?
Correct.
But a secondary suite does not contribute to dwelling density, correct?
Correct.
And a bunkhouse.
You're correct.
Okay, so I guess my concern is that somehow the bunkhouse thing could be, yes, it could be for farm workers, but could be year round. And there's no limitation on what it looks like, so I could see a potential for a snowball effect of house, bunkhouse, secondary suite, blah, blah, and your dwelling density could increase. So that would be I don't have any other concerns about the other items raised, but just whether or not dwelling density should be at least noted on the potential for parcels.
Okay, is there any other questions for administration? So I guess my overall question is, what are we trying to achieve with this? I guess it kind of goes back to Councillor Harris's question. The suggestion from MPC when I went back to the October 9th minutes was that and it's in here, that included is a circulation, which I guess if you're going to add 20 people, up to 20 people to a potential community through a bunkhouse makes sense. But we seem to have gone a lot further on this than what the suggestion from MPC was, and just wondering what administration's rationale for that is and what we're trying to achieve.
So I think when we looked at Municipal Planning Commission's questions that had come through, because when these applications go to Municipal Planning Commission, there's often a lot of questions that come with them. They're trying to understand, is this something that's needed on the property? And I think going back to Councillor Fulton's comment, there is the parameters around dwellings and suites on the property. And when administration's dealing with the questions on how to house farm workers, we go through those questions first, right? So we go through how many dwellings do you have on the property? Is there the opportunity to have some secondary suites on there? And then the bunkhouse is the ultimate, sort of end result of if there is no other options for them. But given the questions that we had from Municipal Planning Commission, which basically was looking at what what the type could be, what the use could be, and, you know, is it year round? I think that's why we felt that coming up with some specific use regulations may be preferred. And then there was a question that was asked multiple times if there was community consultation completed prior to the decision of an application for a bunkhouse.
Okay. So, Councillor Johnson.
So I would support this. I don't know if we need the aesthetic, concerns that are laid out in, the, number 2, development permit application shall include. But, from an MPC, conversation, I would recommend that we, put forward for the next land use bylaw change, numbers 1, 3, and 4, with some consideration perhaps for number 2, but I think number 2 is maybe less important.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you for maybe a more concise motion than that. So are you putting forward 1, 3, and 4? Or are you putting them all forward for consideration for the land use amendments? Because again, we're not making a decision on the land use amendments. This would have to come back to council for discussion. So just more clarity for administrative.
Given that they're going to come back for land use discussion, I would put forward all 4.
Okay, so your motion then is the recommendation with 1, 2, 3, and 4 for
That's
council consideration. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So does everyone understand the motion fairly clear? So we'll have a discussion on the motion now. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, the concern I have is it seems to be the buzzword now is just, we'll do community consultation, but we have to dig deeper into your comments. What are we hoping to achieve? So we get an agricultural operation that needs workers, wants to put one in, and for some reason we have residents who say we don't want it. What are we looking to achieve by doing consultation? So you get people who, well, I'm against it. It's allowed under the land use bylaw. The person gets it, and now you have residents that are even angrier because you've asked them and then you apparently didn't listen to them. I just don't think it serves a purpose.
So just for clarity, it's not the same as for administration, it's not the same as like a Parks and Rec facility. This is just simply circulation, right? This isn't a requirement for an open house or anything. This is just circulation. Is that correct? Just so I'm understanding this correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, so it would be circulation just for awareness so that those within close proximity would have the opportunity to either oppose or support. I think, does that make any clarity, Councillor Harris?
Well, it doesn't when we use the word undertake community consultation. To me, that's open houses or some type of form. It's not just, if we're going to do that, then it should say community notification.
Okay, and so can you just point out, Councillor Harris, where you see the consultation versus?
Paragraph 4, the approving authority shall require the applicant of an application for bunks to undertake community consultation.
Right. So was that the intent of administration or was it circulation? Because I'm confused with what is up above versus what's in here.
Yeah, so this is actually very consistent with the wording that's written in the land use bylaw for other more impactful uses, shall we say? And it's a requirement that is submitted with the application. So it's not necessarily something that we undertake. They are to go out and consult with the community to make sure and provide written confirmation that they have done so and everybody's okay with it.
Okay. So is there any other discussion on the motion? Because the way that the motion's put forward now is 1 through 4 as they are in the agenda package. Councillor Johnson.
So just further to Councillor Harris's question, I think that because a bunkhouse allows for up to 20 people, if that number was smaller, perhaps community consultation wouldn't be such a big deal. But if 20 people are going to move next door, I would think that there would want to be some discussion perhaps about maybe a condition for dust suppression on the road if there's going to be traffic of people coming and going. And I think also of water use, given that that's getting to be a bigger conversation and a bigger concern. So that I think that would be the reason that perhaps neighbors would want to be aware if not consulted at some point.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion? Councillor Fulton?
Just for clarity, the community circulation would be within 1 mile? Is that the standard?
Within a half mile is typically for
just
these
a half,
types of uses,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hey. So I'm not going to support this. I understand kind of the rationale, but again, this is one of those things where we put something in place to support the agriculture community. We try and keep it flexible. And again, bunkhouses are supposed to be within, it's very clear in the definition that says, and shall be accessory to agriculture activity on the site. And so we've tried to create more flexibility by allowing temporary RVs and such so that we can really support the agriculture community. And now we're going to really go against what we tried to do and make it way more restrictive and way more difficult to put it in. I have a huge concern with utilizing a dwelling for a bunkhouse. That's not the intent. It's a dwelling is a dwelling and a bunkhouse is for workers. I would even argue that a bunkhouse is not for families. It's for workers in the intended use of what a bunkhouse is. So I'm just very concerned that we're going to move this. And if you look at the overall impact, we do have areas in the county where you could have up to 4 Ag 2 parcels. So that's 4 dwellings. And now every Ag 2 parcel can have a bunkhouse. That is not considered a dwelling, and and then you can have 2 secondary suites on there. So now we're up to essentially 10 opportunities for residential living, because let's face it, we're not going to be able to determine whether or not someone's living in a bunkhouse dwelling for a intended use for employees versus families. So I just think I think it's moving very far away from the intended use of what we had put the bunkhouse in for, although I appreciate what administration is trying to do. So if there's no further discussion on the motion, then I'm going to call the motion into question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, so we will move on to 8.2, kennel commercial within land use bylaw. Margaretta, please.
Thank you. So item 8.2 is on page 67. Again, this was as a result of the Committees of Council report from Municipal Planning Commission, again with a motion from Council to bring back additional information, and Jessica Ross will provide the information.
Thank you. So through the chair, very similar format to the previous item. So we did some research for other municipalities as well, which is contained within the report. But since 2019, Mount View County has issued 5 permits for kennel commercial. Of the 5 permits, they are very different in scope for the kennels. There's dog breeding, there's dog rescues. And so that is ultimately why these permits are often issued very they have very unique conditions within their condition set. So we do have a definition for kennel commercial, and essentially it includes breeding, boarding, carrying, and training of small animals, normally considered household pets, excluding livestock. It's important to note when we deal with kennel commercial, it also ties back into the dog control bylaw. And you'll see the note in this report that we had to sort of bring the two into the fold in this discussion. The dog control bylaw, if you meet the maximum dogs, it then refers you to the land use bylaw for the permitting requirements. And essentially anything above the maximum dogs is a kennel commercial. And then given the nature of a kennel, there is specific use regulations for these types of uses. It's quite an extensive list that people have to meet in order to supply an application and have it seen in front of Municipal Planning Commission. And I mean, I'm sure you'll note that some of these are quite controversial in nature when they come forward, hence the specific use regulations that we do have currently in the land use bylaw. So in relation to the motion that was made talking about the maximum amount of dogs for the available space, whether it be indoors and outdoors, administration did not find anything specific in order to prescribe an allowable amount per area. We did look at other municipalities, and there was no one to essentially provide that information for us to go any further with that, to look into that a little bit further. There is the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association's Code of Practice, which does often form one of our conditions for kennels, and that was something, the hyperlink is in the report. It does give some recommendations in there of how to conduct a kennel. But noting that there was no specific calculation per dog or per animal unit for this particular motion, we do have suggested amendments in there similar to the last report that for council's consideration, and there is a suggestion and then the explanation as to why we put the suggestion in there. So rather than go through all of them, unless you would like me to, I'll let you ask me questions.
Hey, council, do you have any questions for administration on this? Councillor Johnson?
Not a question, just some additional information.
Okay, so I have a question. And I went through the land use bylaw that was attached 1010 kennel commercial. There is no mention of the code of practice for kennels in here. But I'm confused because if you go to the code of practice for kennels, which is actually an awesome document, I read through it, page 21 on the code of practice for Canadian kennels operations states very clearly what the minimum enclosure size, is for each size of dog. So I'm confused why in a development permit application we can't determine the number of dogs, because it clearly shows that you should be, is there not a direct correlation between the number of kennels they apply for and the number of dogs they can have? It seems to me like that would be a pretty simple comparison to make. I'm just wondering why we don't use that.
So the motion read that it was inside facility and yard space. So I think recognizing that we're rural and trying to determine what that would look like, there's the ability to largen your yard space, I guess, if you need to, depending on what your proposal is. There's also the ability to shrink that. As far as enclosure, and this is how we interpreted this was the kennel that the dog sits in. Yes, that is definitely something that is written in that recommendation document. That is something that's in there, which is why we do put it as a condition of our permits. But I think we struggled to find anything from other municipalities and a calculation for us to say, given this amount of yard space, you can have this amount of dogs. We found it very challenging to implement that when there's acreages that are quite large. You know, we found it more more urban based, and to, try to put that into the bylaw to regulate what they can have.
But again, I thought on most kennel applications, there's like the quiet, or the most development permits, there's the quiet time where you can't have dogs outside past a certain time.
Correct.
Which inherently means they all have to be moved into an enclosure and housed within an enclosure, which means you should have adequate amount of kennel space in the enclosure. So I'm still struggling as to why we can't draw the comparison to what we currently have on the development permit.
So if I think back previous to 2019, we had one in the Water Valley area, a dog kennel that came forward, that they were Huskies. So their kennel enclosures were outside. And so they were housed outside because that's what the dog preferred, and the dogs were quiet. So we don't say that because they have to be quiet, they have to be inside. That's the challenge with the land use bylaw. We don't say that you just have to make them quiet, essentially. So that was really the challenge that we had, is it felt like it was contradictory to try and tell them how to run a kennel, I guess, but.
Okay, any other questions for administration? Greg, Councillor Harris.
I think we had another one too in Water Valley, if I recollect, that was overcrowded, and I guess I'm the same. I don't see a difficulty with saying there's a minimum of run space outside of a building that has to be available to them. Understanding that in a lot of cases, they're not individual runs, that the dogs are put together and socialize, other than huskies. So I don't know why we would have a problem in the code of practice, which I got familiar with during a kennel application a couple of years back. It covers that available space for the dogs to be outside. So I don't know why that would be an issue just following the code of practice.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Can you outline for us, please, Jessica, the application perhaps that brought this to the fore? I remember that I didn't sit for that application. I certainly read the application. Perhaps others, Councillor Miller, I think sat. But this was a fairly recent decision. Can you kind of describe the situation so that people can understand the question?
I'm not actually familiar which kennel this was brought forward. I know there has been multiple that have been controversial, and I'm not sure which one that you're referring to.
So I think that kennels are a little bit like gravel pits, and they're just controversial. It doesn't mean that we don't. I guess what I'm trying to really focus council on is, do we think we have the tools to make the decisions versus the decisions being difficult? We have to be able to separate that and say, is there any additional information we actually need in order for our approving authorities to make the correct decision, given the fact that we know it's going to be difficult no matter what. And it is still up for a little bit of interpretation. We can't nail everything down to the fine line. So I don't want us to get into individual applications. I think we need to look at this as, do we have enough information to make good decisions? Councillor Johnson.
I think in the instance I'm thinking of, there wasn't enough information to make a good decision, which is why this has come forward today. My understanding is this was a rescue situation where up to 19 dogs were going to be housed at night in about a 900 square foot house. And therein lies the issue.
And so again, my question is, if we look back at the code of practice of kennels, are we just not, do we need to embed that more in? Because I just don't think that Mountain View County is going to be able to create a better document than the code of practice for kennels, unless someone else thinks we will be able to, but this is a very comprehensive document that has a lot of great stuff in there. So just looking at administration, do we feel we're using that document well enough, or is there some way that council can strengthen the use of that document in the land use bylaw, or is there something missing in that document that council needs to address?
Sorry. So it's certainly something that can be placed within the land use bylaw as a reference document. We just have to be mindful that it is such a comprehensive document. If we refer to, they have to meet every requirement in there, that could be a concern for a person trying to apply for a kennel. You know, bringing it forward to the Municipal Planning Commission, making sure that it is an extensive document, and it's typically used as a guideline document. And so that's the other side of it. We just want to make sure we can refer to it in the land use bylaw, that it should, you know, consideration should be had for this document when applying for a kennel. But that's sort of what I would suggest to be limited to.
So would it be appropriate then for council to request administration to just go back and look at this document to see what things are things that should be maybe hardwired in an application versus what is, like, I'm just, and I guess just looking at an example where it says on page 21 of the Code of Practice of Operations, very clearly, the minimum enclosure space required is this. There is no ambiguity in that. So is there more things within this code of practice that we could kind of highlight?
Certainly, we can go back and look at the document again and, yeah, look at things that you could maybe want to enhance in the land use bylaw. We can go back and do that.
Just looking, realizing we're not experts on kennels, just trying to take all the information we already have at our fingertips to potentially make this stronger. Is there any other discussion from council? I don't want to take all the airtime on this, so. Councillor Miller?
I think it'd be good if we could bring back the minimum space requirement, seeing how many pets currently are being surrendered to different organizations throughout Alberta and Calgary specifically. You know, if that starts branching out here, we could end up with quite a wreck.
Councillor Johnson?
I would support your suggestion.
Councillor Harris?
Yeah, there's other things in the code of practice that would fit well, things like not being able to keep animals in wire cages with wire floors, which is a typically bad practice used by disreputable breeders. But I think there's several things in there that could be brought forward and embedded, and then consideration given to the others. The example of the Huskies is a good one because the code of practice, if my recollection is correct, does not take into account that you get Huskies and Marramas and dogs that live in the cold and want to. So I think just an examination of it would bring forward some stuff we can embed.
So just looking whether or not council would like to do this as a first step. So maybe I'll put a motion on the floor and then we can debate that motion. Just get back to, I got too many things open. Sorry, everyone. So I would move that council directs administration to review I want to make sure I get the right name, review the Canadian Veterinary and Medical Association's Code of Practice for Kennel Operations and determine which elements should be considered for land use bylaw amendments. Is that sufficient direction?
It is, it's just, it's a big document. So is there specifics?
Okay, and sorry, Laura, further, which should be considered as land use bylaw amendments to address the Municipal Planning Commission's concerns. And if we start with that, then maybe that will tighten that up for you guys. Does that, Jess, does that give a little bit more direction?
Yes.
Okay. I'll wait for Laura to put that up and then we can have a discussion. Yes, Councillor Lutz.
Just a question though on the suggestions. So are we foregoing those suggestions for now? Is that part of the intent of your motion?
My motion reads as my motion reads. So that's all I'm suggesting bringing back. If council would like to bring back something else, then we can, but I'm not suggesting that in my motion. And I do really appreciate the Municipal Planning Commission bringing this forward because that is the approving authority that deals with these applications. So I want to ensure that we do honor what the concerns they have. Okay, so that does reflect my motion. So the motion is that council directs administration to review the Canadian Veterinary and Medical Association's Code of Practice for Kennel Operations and determine which elements should be considered for land use bylaw amendments to address the Municipal Planning Commission's concerns. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Harris.
Just a question, is the intent then that this would be brought forward the next time we're reviewing the LUB? It is a very extensive document and may take an amount of time, and that would give them appropriate time for.
Yes, and maybe I think it's probably good to put that in there, Councillor Harris, just to make sure it's clear. After bylaw amendments as per the original recommendation, or with the next land use bylaw review, whichever occurs first. And then we've captured exactly. So Laura, can you include that there, please? Just after amendments, it will read, or with the next land use bylaw review, whichever occurs first. That's a good catch, Councillor Harris. Thank you. So the motion reads that council directs administration to review the Canadian Veterinary and Medical Association's Code of Practice for kennel operations and determine which elements should be considered for land use bylaw amendments or with the next land use bylaw review, whichever occurs first, to address the Municipal Planning Commission's concerns. So I'm just going to ask council if there is any opposition to changing that motion. Okay.
Reeve, if I may, just maybe
Yes.
one point of clarification. I think if we remove or, maybe that makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, sorry, I just, if that makes more sense, I'm just reading the motion that was
Yeah,
recommended. Yep.
For administration, it would make more sense to remove the word or.
Okay, thank you. So we have amended that motion. Everyone is okay with the amendments. So now, is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Johnson.
From the point of Municipal Planning Commission, the changes you had highlighted out of the Code of Practice that recommends a minimum amount of space, I think that in itself would be a big improvement. So I thank you for bringing this forward.
Good. All right, so with that then, I will call to question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to 8.3, Policy 1004, Councillor Remuneration and Review. Christopher.
Thank you, Your Worship. This item was returned to council on November 13th. At that point in time, council requested that administration provide some further information into the review to allow for further council consideration. On November 13th, council asked for 3 things to be returned. The first of which was for our administrative recommendation to be broken out over a 4-year time period rather than as a lump sum increase. The second of which was for the administrative recommendation to be provided at 3 different intervals at a 25% of the total recommendation, 50% of the total recommendation, and 75% of the total recommendation. And then the third of which was for administration to provide some insight into the Deputy Reeve position and how it was paid in relation to the councillor position. That review has been conducted and has been included for council's consideration. So the first 2 items are contained on page number 89 of the agenda package and is a chart that has broken down those overall numbers. You'll see the top chart is the 100% of administrative recommendations. So that's the entire amount for both the councillor and the Reeve positions that was recommended through the initial analysis. We have broken out that review as you head to the right over a 4-year period. And we've also included what that looks like from a percentage increase as well. As you work your way down the page, the same format has been contained. 75% is in the second one, 50%, and then 25% is the bottom category, all of which have been broken out over the 4-year time period, as well as the percentage increase. Maybe I will pause there, Your Worship, and see if there's any questions on that breakdown first, and then I can get into the overall Deputy Reeve analysis as well.
Hey, is there any questions for Christopher on the numbers presented? Hey, Christopher?
Okay, so when we look at the Deputy Reeve position and how that is paid relative to the councillor position, as you will note in our last analysis, we provided the review based on the percentage total of the Reeve position. We had some concerns around that relative to where remuneration might end up beginning in 2025. So we conducted the review, and currently it's about 8.9% is the increase that the deputy Reeve base rate is greater than the councillor position. We did a review against other comparable municipalities as well. That number does fluctuate quite a bit, somewhere between 10 and 15%. So it does look like we're a little bit light on the deputy Reeve position. And overall, we're just looking for some direction from council as to what you wish that percentage to be, and then it can be an automatic calculation every year instead of us having to look at it. Administration has recommended to find the middle ground between that 10 and 15% of comparables and look at a 12.5% greater increase over the councillor position, but certainly up for council's consideration on how you wish to proceed.
Okay, thank you. And so just going back, so on September 4th, RC 24446, council made the motion that requested administration to conduct an internal review of councillor compensation against comparable municipalities and provide a report back to council for consideration and preparation for the 2025-2029 council term. And so if there is any additional information that council would like that is not currently in the agenda package, I'll just ask them to put a motion forward for additional information, and then we can debate that. And then once we feel we have all of the information, then we can have a discussion on the actual presentation put forward by Christopher. Councillor Lutz.
So I guess I have a question for administration. Just doing further review and analysis. Can you explain how the comparable communities were selected? And I'm just wondering if, I looked at other councils that have done comparisons. Sometimes they include urbans, and they try and select communities that are most like, and I think we have a lot of like close to urban that their salaries are a lot higher. And so just that process, please.
Sure. So a couple of questions in there, and I'll do my best to hit them both. So how they're selected. So they are, it's a listing that we use for our administrative reviews of overall salaries and benefits. It's a listing that comes from the municipal tax rate comparators. That's something that we look at annually as well. It's also a combination of communities just based on geographical location, you know, on the corridor, as well as their relevance towards other large urban centers. So it's kind of a listing that has been developed over the years, and that's the same listing that we used in the last councillor review and the one previous as well. So just for continuity, that's how the listing is selected. As far as reviewing against urbans, we don't typically review against our own urban municipalities just because we are vastly different than them. You know, when you look at our Mountain View Seniors Housing requisitions, we're 60% of the total region. So you know, even if you combine all of them, you know, we're quite a bit larger than the combined comparators. We don't typically see administrative loss to any of our urban municipalities. Typically, when we're seeing employees looking at selecting from a different municipality, it's not typically going from the county to one of our urban centers. So they're not really our comparators when we're looking at that. And when we look at them from a tax rate perspective and all of the other analysis, it's just not a good comparable for us. So we don't use any of our urbans for any of our other reviews conducted at the county, and that's why the listing was prepared as it was.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lutz.
Sorry, my light was still on. I guess I'm recommending, like when I did look at some other comparators like Ponoka County, Brazeau, they were more in line with Nihil, more similar counties. So I'm wondering if anybody would entertain spreading that comparator list a little bit broader. And as I said, there was other examples where they did use urban comparators as well. So I think a Reeve, a mayor, a councillor, we work with our urbans all the time. And I don't think it would hurt to bring them into the fold, but that's just my opinion, and I'll see what the rest of my councillors, if there's any support for that.
Okay, so I think if we were going to do that, we'd have to provide administration direction as to exactly who we would like to include in that. So if you want to put forward a motion, Councillor Lutz, to highlight or outline which municipalities you'd like to further expand this to, then that would be helpful.
I'll just hold off for a bit and hear the conversation and I can throw that out.
Okay.
Based on the conversation.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
So historically, Christopher, I seem to remember that when we needed to make this decision last time, that there was a bit of pushback, if that's the right word, about the recommended number as well. And so I think that based on the people or the counties listed, that even when this decision was made last time, that it was, the recommendation was found to be a little bit too high, and it was altered based on the 50% rule or divided over 4 years rule, whatever the decision was. So is there any reason that we couldn't change the counties somewhat, the
Okay,
comparators?
so I'll answer that. I just want to be very clear. We have given administration direction to bring back information and based on numbers. It is absolutely council's purview to request additional information if we want more comparators. It is absolutely council's purview to either increase council remunerations, keep them the same, or decrease them. This is simply information. I do not believe that administration has any opinion as to one way or the other what council should do with their own remuneration. This is simply information to guide the decision. So council did choose last time to not increase the salaries or the council remuneration to the 60th percentile, which is again why we are so much lower than the 60th percentile now. So this is just information for our consideration. So if there's any additional information that council would like to make the decision, we can absolutely request that from administration. Councillor Miller.
So through to Christopher, you said that the comparators, we were on a similar tax base rate? Is that, when you look at all the ones you compared, tax base rate were similar? Is that what it is?
Not necessarily. They're the municipalities that we review against for comparable tax rates. So it doesn't mean that we're necessarily the same tax rate. Those are just the municipalities that have historically been selected by council to look at as comparables for tax rates. So not necessarily looking to find an average of the tax rate or anything. That's just the listing that's provided as municipalities that we have selected that are similar to us and that we should compare our tax rates against moving forward. So it doesn't make sense to look at a northern county that doesn't have a large urban center near it, doesn't have, the number of municipalities within it, and has a large linear taxation. So council decided to create a listing that was closer geographical, closer population, and closer in relation to urban centers.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And Jeff, I believe this is the same list that we use for mill rate comparisons and assessment comparisons. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's what Christopher is referencing when he's saying tax rate comparison. It's
Yep.
the mill rate comparison that would have been included in your March agenda package.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
So in this regard, Christopher, at the bottom of page 85, where it says comparative review, councillor as a percentage of municipal tax revenue, it shows just above the overall administrative recommendation. It says that when pulling high-low figures out, councillor remuneration would require an increase of $2,687 to be the 63rd percentile. And then it talks about the councillor remuneration should be reduced by $569.08. So this is different than what the administrative recommendation is. And I just wondered how that fits as part of the analysis.
Yeah, it's a good point. So you're correct. So to hit the 60th percentile for councillors purely, when we're looking at the 9 municipalities, again, pulling out the Parkland and Rocky View County numbers, it requires an increase of about $2,700 to hit that 60th percentile. When you put those 2 larger municipalities in that have, a significant amount of taxation, then it plummets those numbers. And so that's where you see the $570 decrease to then bring us back down to the 60th percentile in that case. And the overall analysis, I guess, is on the basis of there isn't a great way of doing an analysis against any of the three models that we have provided. And so what we have tried to do is take the three models, find out what a average number would be that would bring the numbers back into alignment without dramatically skewing one of the other numbers. So we typically see that if we're just looking at the percentage of municipal tax revenue, we're usually fairly good because there's municipalities that have, you know, significantly more tax revenue that kind of skew their overall percentages. Whereas when we're looking at it from a per capita basis, you know, it might be a little bit of a worse shaped scenario. So we try to take all three models, combine the information and find the middle ground as our recommendation so that we stay relative to all three of the models and not throw one of them out, you know, despite the other one.
So when you look at someone like Rocky View, if you take the Reeve position, for instance, per capita, they make more on a remuneration basis than most of the other municipalities. But when you take them as part of the overall assessment value, they drop a lot because their assessment values are so high. So it's it is a rather difficult comparison to do when you just look at the assessment values. And we've always said that when it comes to looking at mill rates as well, because assessment values obviously play a very large role in taxation. Councillor Harris.
So just two things to address. I'm hearing comments about the difficulty with the types of rural municipalities we're comparing to. So to me, introducing another variable in there of urbans doesn't make sense. Then it just makes it even more confusing because urbans will some of them operate on different principles, like the ones that have a standard rate of pay. They don't get paid a per diem for meetings, which has never made sense to me, because if you're working harder and going to more meetings, one would expect that the pay would be there to approach it. So I think that's just going to confuse the issue even more. Christopher, I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. It gives the perspectives. Each one has its benefits, but I believe at the end of the day, for myself, it's going to be a case of what's the most reasonable and what makes sense. What's going to make sense to one of my taxpayers who's going to look at my increase, look at their increase in taxes, look at the cost of living. And I think what we have to do is take this information and then translate that into what's acceptable to our ratepayers.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
I appreciate that point of view, and I'm wondering, based on the information Christopher sent us, the whole 60th percentile was made, I think, in 2005, and of course, none of us were here in 2005. And I'm wondering if we would want to consider a 50th percentile, given that the economics now are much different than they were in 2005.
So I think that's another key, so we have sent, there's a policy essentially for administrative staff that we try and maintain the 60th percentile, specifically to ensure that we're able to retain our great staff. We want to make sure we're not overpaying, but we want to make sure we're not underpaying, and that's a staff policy. And because we don't actually have a specific policy to council, administration has adopted that. But the difference is council has the authority to choose whatever number we want. So I don't think it's incumbent on us to put a percentile within this discussion. We can choose a number, we can choose any number we choose. So if council feels the 50th percentile is the better way to go, if we choose that we want 0 increase, if we choose, we have the option to do any of that here without, so I don't think we need to get completely hung up on the percentile. It's at the end of the day, it is probably going to be a decision of just what makes sense. So there is no specific policy for council remuneration because it is a council decision. I believe that's correct, isn't it, Jeff? There is no specific.
Yeah, the only policy is 1004, and the clause 7 states that the comparison will be done in the same manner as the administrative review, but it's clearly up to council to make a decision how you apply the data after the review comes back.
Right, thank you. So just looking for whether or not council feels they have sufficient information, because it is going to be a bit of it is kind of all over the shop, so it is going to be a bit of a discussion up here. But I want to make sure that council feels they have sufficient information to have that discussion. Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that this is just a recommendation, right?
Mhm.
Because when in the fall of 2025, the new council will look at it and they can accept it, change it, whatever they would like to do at that point. Like, any recommendation that goes forward from us is not what's going to happen necessarily. The option is that it will be reviewed, because when the last time there was the recommendation, and then we chose to split that recommendation over 4 years. So that is why we're seeing that on page 89, the increase being split over 4 years, because that is what happened in this term.
Okay, so maybe Christopher or Jeff, if you just want to give us because it actually says here that we would, the motions are to update the procedures. So can you give us would this be updating the procedures now, but then bringing this procedure back to council, the new council for information? What's how do we normally handle this?
Yeah, so the intention would be that this council is providing direction to the next council through a procedural amendment, so that these numbers would actually be entrenched in the procedure, outlined that in 2025, these are the numbers that would be paid out. The last time, with the last term council reviewed the procedure during the 2022 budget cycle, and decided at that point in time they wanted to break out the increase over the 4-year time period. So the overall recommendation would be carried from this council into procedure based on whatever decision council wants to make. And then, of course, future councils can always decide that they want to increase the number, decrease the number, split it up over 4 periods, 20 periods, whatever they want.
Okay, and we could actually make Christopher, if we chose to, this council could actually embed in the procedure that were to be split over 4 years. So we can make those decisions now.
You certainly can, and then the future council could decide that they want to do it lump sum as well.
Right.
So, whatever the recommendation is from this council, we would entrench in procedure, which is always up for amendment by future councils.
Okay, thank you. So now we've got the process of what this is going to do. So again, looking forward to council to see if there's any additional information that we want, or looking for a motion to, and as we had requested, the motions have been split into 3, so we can debate each remuneration for both the reeve, the elected officials, and the deputy reeve. Councillor Johnson.
So I'm still thinking that based on a really different economy looking forward than things were in 2005, that it would be, I think, useful to look at the 50th percentile numbers rather than the 60th, because it seems that the last council and this council, there is some reluctance to adopt the 60th percentile.
So again, council can throw out any number they want out there to start the discussion. You can even throw out 0. Councillor Harris.
I'd like to move that council request that procedure 1004-01 be updated to reflect a reeve base rate increase of $2,650 effective for the 2025 to 2029 council term, spread over 4 years.
Okay, so let's go to the fabulous table that Christopher has put forward. So that is essentially 100% of the administrative recommendations on the table 1 split over the 4 years. So everyone can just see the impact of what that would look like. So is there any questions on the motion, or we can debate the motion? Councillor Lutz.
I don't think we've had enough conversation. I think if we keep picking the same comparators, and that was what was used in the past, we're going to keep making the same kind of mistakes. And I just don't see where we're a lot like Foothills County or Leduc County or Sturgeon County. So I do have a problem with the comparators that were selected. I don't think that they're reflective of our activity. So I didn't know Greg would jump to a motion already, but I have a problem with the data that was provided.
So I did ask if there was
Yep.
any additional information that council wanted before we went into motions.
Well,
And
I'm sorry, but I just wanted to hear what my peers, colleagues had to say. But this is how I'm feeling, is that the comparators aren't reflective of the activity that takes place in Mountain View. So I can't vote for Greg's with not having that discussion.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Johnson.
Although the increase in the Reeve salary is small and is easier to support than the councillors, I think that from a whole policy point of view, that the whole thing is kind of on thin ice, because the policy was made in 2005. Nobody at this table was here to support that policy at that time. And so, and our ratepayers are gonna have to write a check for this decision. And so I think we need to be real mindful and make a really careful decision.
So Councillor Johnson, I'm still confused as to why you're referring to a policy. When it's up to council to choose the numbers they would like, based on the information. So I still don't understand your concerns.
So the information is based on a policy that was created in 2005. The numbers don't fit what is happening in the economy in Mountain View County right now. Certainly the spread of counties, including Leduc County and Foothills County, may have been different in 2005. Perhaps they are not comparable now. And so we are jumping to a decision without actually looking at other information.
Okay, so Jeff, I'm going to look at process here. So we have a motion on the floor. I have not called the motion. If council would like to put forward an additional motion to expand the scope of comparators, and that motion were to be approved, we could just defer this motion, or?
No, my recommendation would be council address the motion that's on the floor. That's the proper process. The motion on the floor can be amended through motion, of course. I'm seeing a difficulty in how to move as far away from the intended motion to expanding the research and data. So if council doesn't want to approve the motion that Councillor Harris made, then vote it down and create another motion to provide guidance to administration. But I would recommend you deal with the motion, one motion at a time, and whichever motion is made first needs to be addressed by council first.
Okay. Councillor Lutz.
Just one clarifying question. The timeline for this, is there time to collect more data? I understood that this decision has to be made by April. Is that correct?
Christopher?
Well, technically, there is no timeline for a decision. If council decides that they don't want to proceed with any remuneration review, then the procedure will stand and will continue to be increased by CPI as by the procedure annually in perpetuity. So there really is no urgent timeline. However, with that being said, we are advertising in our nomination package that we're putting out for interested councillors, what that Reeve and councillor remuneration would look like for their term. So we would be including that information as we have historically in that. That document will go live before January 1st. So again, if we don't receive any further direction from council, we will proceed in that nomination document with the existing rates and what the existing procedure says. However, typical process has been that we would have the updated rates to include in there so a councillor knows what they're getting into before they put their nomination papers in.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? No. So I think it's important that council understands that this this is not intended to give yourself a pay raise, and that's why we do this now. So there is no guarantees that anyone around this table will be here in the next term. So I just encourage you to think of what you think this seat is worth to your communities, and how you would like to encourage others to potentially come out and put their names forward for this job, because it is a time-consuming position. It is a lot of work. And if we want to encourage it to be open for all of our community members, there has to be consideration that there has to be some sort of compensation for those who may have to have childcare, those who may have to, you know, drop from full-time to part-time in order to do this job. It's not an easy job, and it does require a lot of time. So, Councillor Lutz.
So I know this is discouraged, but I would like to record the vote because I just don't feel we've had enough discussion on it. And I am looking for more data. So if this passes, I just want it noted how
Okay.
the vote went.
So we've requested a recorded vote. So if there's no further discussion on the motion, Councillor Fulton.
Well, just for clarity, to get back to the motion is for, the recommended motion is the full 100%, correct?
The recommended motion is for the increase for the Reeve position of $2,650 over 4 years as per page 89.
Is that the correct motion? I just want to ensure.
I
that's
believe
the-
so, yes. Maybe, Laura, can we put that up? Like, this is important, so we will just make sure we put that motion on the screen so everyone can see the numbers and how it's written. Thank you, Councillor Fulton. That's a good idea to put this one on the screen. Councillor Harris, does that reflect your motion?
Just to possibly make it,
Oh, just put on your,
Laura, just to make it make sense a little better, the phrase spread over 4 years, can that be moved to right after the number 2650? It's the same thing. I think just the
Yep.
wording, it makes a little better sense.
so the motion reads that council requests that procedure 1004-01 be updated to reflect a Reeve base rate increase of $2,650 spread over 4 years, effective for the 2025, 2029 council term. Okay, we've had a lot of discussion, but I'll just open it up. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
Just clarity. So these would be the numbers reflected on page 89.
Yes, correct. In the, on the first table. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we have a recorded vote requested, so I will call to question. All those in favor? So Councillor Harris, Councillor Miller, and Reeve Albers are in favor, and those opposed? So we have Councillor Fulton, Councillor Nixon, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Lutz opposed. And that motion is lost. Okay. So just looking, if we make no further motions, the procedure will stay the same. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So is there any further motions on the Reeve, or do we just leave that one? Councillor Fulton.
So I have a different take on things. I realize that some of the comparators are a bit different, but I use it as a base reference number. I want to see the highs, the lows. I want to see the different sizes of communities. And then I make up my own decision and preference of where I want to be. So I'm more in line with the 50%. not the 100%. So I will move that council request that procedure 100401 be updated to reflect base rate increase of 13.25 to be spread over 4 years for the 2025 to 2029 council term.
Okay. We'll wait for that one to be put up. Councillor Lutz.
I did have my light on at the same time as Dwayne, just so you know, I did want to make a motion to collect more information, but you saw him first.
Okay. Hey, Councillor Fulton, does this reflect your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that council requests that procedure 1004-01 be updated to reflect a reeve base rate increase of 13.25 to be spread over 4 years for the 2025-2029 council term. Thank you. Councillor Lutz.
So it doesn't look like I'll have an opportunity to request that information if this motion passes. So in the paper, very public, the Mayor Olds is $58,658. That includes a full salary, including all per diems. And where we would be just same information that's public. The reeve would be 88,000 based on 203 numbers. That's without the increase. So I think it's important to know that there's some big discrepancies right in our own area between what councillors make and what Mayor and Reeve makes. And I just think that information is going to grate on my tax base. I talked to some of my ratepayers too, and I think we need more information to make good decisions.
Okay, any further discussion on this motion? Councillor Johnson, on this motion. Thank you. Councillor Harris.
It obviously wasn't my first choice. I think looking at the 3 different positions that the reeve, and later we'll be talking about the deputy reeve, the position wasn't the same as the councillor one. But in the end, I will support this one because it's a good compromise.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, I will, and a recorded vote, and we will record this vote as well. So with that, I will call to question. All in favor of the motion? So Councillor Fulton, Councillor Nixon, Reeve Albers, Councillor Miller, and Councillor Harris are all in favor, and those opposed. Councillor Johnson and Councillor Lutz are opposed, and that motion is carried. Okay. Moving on, whichever direction council would like to. Would we like to, Councillor Lutz, would you like to make a motion?
No, I'm not going to make a motion for more information because we already voted on one, and I don't think that we can chop it up and do the reeve and not do the deputy reeve and council. So it's clear that you people feel they have enough information with the information provided.
Okay, so I will look forward to a motion then, if anyone would like to put one forward. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council request that procedure 1004-01 be updated to reflect a councillor base rate increase of 5904.61. How about just 5,900? Easier. Spread out over 4 years, effective for the 2025-2029 council term.
Okay. And so that is on page 89. While Laura's bringing the motion up for us, that's on page 89. It is the second table from the bottom, spread over 4 years. And you can see the increase. So Christopher, just as clarification on those tables, that's not the increase per year, that's cumulative. So the difference, you need to subtract year 2 from year 1 to get that increase, and year 3 from year 4 to get that increase, right?
That's right. It's the total increase from the current base rate after that year. So in
Okay.
year two, the total increase from today would be 29.52, year three, et cetera.
Right, okay.
Cumulative impact.
Yeah, it's a cumulative, yep. So everyone understands the way that table reads. So it's not an increase of $5,900 in year four. That's, as a lump sum, it's cumulative. Okay. Councillor
And
Lutz?
just to clarify, that will be, COLA will be added on top of that.
That is correct. Sorry, no, I'm not going to say that's correct because council votes on that every year as well. So council, again, every year has the opportunity to leave council out of the COLA adjustment. And so that can be a decision for future councils. We can absolutely separate ourselves from staff if we choose to. So the motion, Councillor Fulton, I think I already asked, does that reflect your motion?
That's correct.
Okay, so the motion reads that council requests that procedure 1004-01 be updated to reflect a councillor base rate increase of $5,900 effective for the 2025-2029 council term. Is there any further discussion or debate on this motion? Councillor Lutz.
So we're not doing spread over 4 years?
Yes, sorry, I missed
I
that.
think it was supposed to be over 4
Yeah.
years. I'm sorry, I missed it as well. Thank you, Councillor
So
Lutz.
that's a 13.26%
Yes.
raise.
Whoa, okay, so the motion reads that council requests that procedure 10-004-01 be updated to reflect a councillor base rate increase of $5,900 spread over 4 years, effective for the 2025-2029 council term. Okay, Councillor Miller, did you? No, okay, thank you, thank you. Councillor Harris.
As I said before, I think each one has to be considered separate. This would have been my suggestion for this one as well. I'll absolutely support it. It's the balance between, I don't know, between electioneering, because this is coming up an election year, and realizing that we have a responsibility to make sure that the incoming councils, there's enough, as was said earlier, to make sure that they're paid what this job requires to attract good people. So I'm perfectly fine with this.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
A recorded vote.
Okay,
request.
so we'll take a recorded vote for this as well. Councillor Johnson.
Well, and although I agree with Councillor Harris that that we want to be sure that we're attracting good people, I think that attracting good people has a lot to do with people that are wanting to make a huge contribution to their community, and that no amount of money is going to guarantee that you get people that want to make a huge contribution to their community. And so I think that, yeah, the two are not necessarily aligned.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this? We have a recorded vote requested. So with that, I will call to question. All those in favor? So we have Councillor Fulton, Councillor Nixon, Reeve Albers, Councillor Miller, and Councillor Harris in favor, and those opposed. We have Councillor Johnson and Councillor Lutz opposed, and that motion's carried. Okay, and so we have a consideration for the Deputy Reeve. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council requests that procedure 1004-01 be amended to reflect that the deputy reeve position shall receive a base rate 12.5% greater than the counselor position base rate effective for the 2025 to the 2029 council term.
Thank you. So that is the motion in your agenda package, the third motion. So I don't think we need that one to be put on the screen. Everyone sees that as the third recommended motion. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Lutz.
I support this one because I think the deputy reeve has to be prepared and ready to fill the reeve shoes, and that's important, and it should be acknowledged. So.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Fulton.
So with this motion to administration, will this will provide direction for future that'll be the difference from counselor to deputy reeve was becoming so entrenched, so to speak, and a number that could be amended at any in the future as well, but it would be as opposed to what we are now, it would provide more clarity.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll entrench whatever percentage council wants within the procedure, and that will just provide a pure calculation for us to be able to look at rather than having to look at the actual analysis of what the deputy reeve gets paid. It would just be whatever the councillor is based on council direction times the 12.5% increase. So more of a calculation than right now we're treating it as its independent remuneration category.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this one? No, well, this is a great opportunity for me just to say I feel very fortunate that I've had the opportunity to work with two absolutely fabulous deputy reeves, and the 12.5% increase over council remuneration, I have made them work for that and really appreciate all of the hard work they've both deputy reeves have always stepped in at a moment's notice and have been extremely supportive of this council. So I think it's a great reflection of the work that they do, for sure. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so we don't have a recorded vote for this one, so we will just call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Excellent. Councillor Johnson.
Before we move on, could I suggest that we bring policy 1004, councillor remuneration and compensation, to the governance review committee with a rate of 50% or of 50th percentile for consideration at a future governance review?
Okay, so you can make a motion for that.
Yes, I would move that policy 1004, councillor remuneration and compensation, be brought to a governance review for consideration with a 50th percentile rather than a 60th.
Just a question on that. I don't think the 60th is in the policy, but it's in the procedure. So it might be a new thing in the policy, correct?
So again, that procedure is for administrative staff. I think, Jeff,
So new.
we don't have anything in the actual council remuneration in 004.
That's correct. It references in the same manner, so you'd probably want to examine that policy clause if it was to change and consider rewording that.
So
clause 7 in your background of this agenda package today, Laura, if you just scroll the screen a little bit, clause 7 is the statement that's in policy 1004 that ties it back to the 60th percentile.
right.
So if there was a desire to move away from that, that is the clause that would need some rewording.
Right. Okay. Councillor Fulton, so I'm just waiting for a motion to be brought up. Do you have a motion, Laura, or, okay? Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, I just was just looking for the clarity because it does not, the 60th percentile or 50th or anything is not referenced in and that is in the policy part there. So I just not sure how we would deal with it when it gets returned. That's all.
Okay, I want to word this carefully because I want it to be correct. So does the wording of the motion need to state policy
Yeah,
1004?
so wait a minute, Laura will put this up. And just for council's consideration, when Christopher has presented the information to council for consideration, we did have the median. And I believe, Christopher, you had pointed out that that was essentially the 50th percentile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So the information provided for council's consideration within the package already included the 50th percentile for council to consider. So I don't know, Councillor Johnson, if you're asking for this to come back as a set, council will use the 50th percentile. Again, I think that's difficult because then we have to be very careful as to what the comparison is going to be based on. Is it going to be based on population? Is it going to be based on assessment value? You can see that we're kind of all over the shop here. So, and when this is brought forward, council always has the opportunity to direct administration on what information they would like to be brought forward. So it can be up to the next council to determine whether or not they would like a different comparator to be brought forward, whether or not they would like to see the 10th percentile, the 80th percentile. It's always up to council's purview. But here is your motion, Councillor Johnson. Does that reflect your motion?
Specifically, I think we need to add clause 7 because that's what we've been talking about.
Does that reflect your motion, Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to bring forward clause 7 of policy 1004, council remuneration and review for a future governance committee meeting for consideration with the 50th percentile rather than a 60th percentile. Okay, is there any discussion on this? Okay, so I won't support this just because I think it's up to council to, it's up to the new council to determine what they want to do with this when it comes forward. And since we've already made the decision today, I don't see a need to review this policy. Is there any further discussion? Okay, with that then I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Councillor Lutz.
I'd like to make a motion that administration brings back justification and a review of our comparator municipalities to a future council meeting. I don't know enough about the counties selected to know why there are comparators, but I don't know if we're meeting our ratepayer smell test on the comparators that we're using.
Okay, we'll wait for that motion to be brought forward.
And this might be useful in our mill rate discussion too. Hey, Councillor Lutz, does this reflect your motion? Maybe just information and justification. I don't want it to sound. I just want more information on that. I think it'd be good for the new council too.
Does this reflect your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to return information and justification on the current list of comparable municipalities for council's review and consideration. Is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I won't support it. I'm offended by the term justification. Administration's bringing forward what we've asked them to. And there's not a process of justifying what we've asked them to do.
Is there a different word? Maybe it's just information, but it's information on why we use the list that we do. So maybe justification isn't the best word, but I think understanding why we use those comparable municipalities is important. So I can remove justification.
Would the word reasoning fit better?
Reasoning?
Okay, so we need to get back to a good governance policy. Councillor Lutz, I asked if your motion was what you wanted to put forward, and you said yes. So this is the motion we have on the floor, which reads that council direct administration to return information and justification on the current list of comparable municipalities for council's review and consideration. So now we're debating that motion. If someone wants to put forward an amending motion, then we will follow the amending motion procedure. Councillor Johnson.
So I would move that we amend the word justification to reasoning so that it's not offensive.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, an amending motion on the floor to remove justification and replace it with reasoning. Yes, please, Laura, if you can put that up. Okay, so the amending motion is to amend and to replace the word justification with reasoning. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
It should be Counselor Johnson.
It says Councillor Lutz's motion be amended to replace the word justification with reasoning. Okay, is there any further discussion on this amending motion? Nope. Okay, so with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. Okay, so we have an updated motion. We'll wait for that one to be put up on the screen. Okay, so the motion now reads that council direct administration to return information and reasoning on the current list of comparable municipalities for council's review and consideration. Any discussion on the motion? No? Councillor Nixon?
I always think having extra information can be helpful, so the motion doesn't imply that we have to do anything with it, just have it for information, so I would support it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? No? Okay, with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, so with that, we're going to take a break until 20 to 11. Okay, so we will resume the regular council meeting of November 27th. And we are on agenda item 8.4, the RCMP quarterly reports. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I do not have a lot to add. Starting on page 90, you will see the three detachments have provided their quarterly reports. And certainly if there's any questions from council, we can endeavor to seek answers from the departments and return them to a future council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor, is there any questions? Councillor Johnson.
Just a quick question on page 113. It talks about mental health related complaints being moved to something called RPACT, and I just didn't know what RPACT was.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I missed the page reference number.
Oh, 113, thank you.
113. We will endeavor to find out.
Councillor Harris.
RPACT is the social mental health worker working with an officer and responding to mental health and domestic type complaints. Currently stationed out of Cochrane, but they're in the process of expanding.
Okay, thank you. 'Cause certainly when you see that there are 23 of them, I think, related to the Sundre location. It's interesting that they're specifically tracking that.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? I just had one with respect to the body worn cameras, and there was mention of doing communication on that, and also the RCMP public consultation tool that's coming out. I'm just wondering, does council need any further information, or would council like any further information on that? That probably the one that's most important right now is the public consultation tool that's going to be launched in 2025. Jeff, do we have a role to play in any of that, as far as, have we been asked by the RCMP to help communicate this tool out, or is there anything that we could be doing to support soliciting their feedback?
We typically, from a communications point of view, will assist them in pushing out their information and connecting the public directly with the RCMP websites and such. It looks like that when that launches in early 2025, they would probably then request us to help push the information, which we would do. As far as body worn cameras, we would have no role in communicating that unless we were just passing on information at the request of the RCMP detachments.
Okay, and do our peace officers, is there any intention for our peace officers to wear the body worn cameras? I think we already purchase those?
We already have them.
Yeah.
And most municipal services already have them in place. I think the RCMP had some privacy issues, and federally it was a bigger rollout because of all the different provinces involved where the RCMP are active. So they have, they're probably one of the later adopters of that technology.
Okay, and so how long have our body worn cameras been in use for our peace officers? Obviously, a long time.
3 to 5 years
Okay.
is my guess.
Okay, and have we had any issues with any of the things that the RCMP are coming up with?
No issues with anything. They've been valuable in investigations, but not any issues that have been highlighted.
Okay. Is there any other questions? All right, then we have a recommended motion. Can't see what page it's on. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council receive the RCMP quarterly reports as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank you. And so just looking at that with no further action to be taken, Councillor Johnson, do you feel like your question was answered sufficiently, or would you like administration to get some more information on RPACT?
It's just an acronym that could, if I had a definition, that would be useful.
Okay. Okay. So we're good then. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay, we're on to new business. 9.1, strings and keys music education funding approvals. Christopher.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is, begins on page 119 of your agenda package. The Strings and Keys Music Education Fund Committee met and reviewed applications for the remaining $1,285 that remains in the Strings and Keys Reserve. The allocations have been provided on the RFD for council's information. And then for further consideration, that administration will be returning the Strings and Keys policy to council for future direction on how they wish to proceed with the grant fund in subsequent years.
Thank you. And Councillor Nixon, this was your committee. Anything you'd like to add?
We did have a really great meeting. There were way more applications than I had assumed that there would be for funding. So I think that this is a great program that we need to, as a community, carry forward.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Councillor Harris.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. All right, on to 9.2, the 2025 budget. Jeff.
Thank you, Reeve. So the next three agenda items, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4 are all related to the budget. 9.2 is the actual budget and project sheets. 9.3 is some other project sheets that were considered as part of the budget preparations, but are not included in the budget before you today. And 9.4 includes some historical information that council had requested as part of the budget process. Council will recall that the financial and economic scan was brought forward to council on September 18th, and that was the kickoff of our budget process. And today you have your first look at the operating budget and project sheets for 2025 with the anticipated goal of having a 2025 operating and project budget approved at the December 11th council meeting. So with that, I will turn it over to Jen and her team who have put all the work into assembling the agenda package for you today.
Okay, over to you, Jen.
Good morning. Okay, so we have, we're starting out today with the 2025 projects budget, which stands at about $35.5 million, with $31 million coming from our county reserves. And then on to the operating budget. And just finally taking a look, we've included the long range plans as well as the 15-year reserve forecast just for additional information. Of course, if there's any questions or concerns, we can stop and go through them.
So Jen, maybe just one right off the bat. So we've assumed that this tax revenue holiday is for well drilling and pipelines is done, and we're going to get this added income. Have we actually received any correspondence from the province to support this?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
We have received, they continued to assess them. So we have all the numbers and we have received the estimate of what we expect that to be. The cautionary note I have for council is you've heard the province talking about mature asset strategies.
Yep.
That might be something that comes along to offset some of this. So something to keep in mind, just because we're getting this piece doesn't mean there's not going to be another piece that's changed by policy at the provincial government level.
Okay, but we actually have confirmation then that
Yes.
we do, that the tax holiday is over and we will get this money.
We have that from the provincial assessment branch and they have provided us with the number, which is where we came up with this 542.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to the mature asset strategy rollout. Okay, thank you, Jen. Moving on, unless there's any other questions from council on the background information. No? Okay, Jen?
Okay, so beginning on page 125, we have the 2025 project matrix. This is just a complete list of all of your projects along with their allocated funding sources. And then you've got a couple different tables here just showing the same projects in different listings, so either by department or listed specifically by projects. And here's where you see those totals coming from the reserves, coming from grants, and we've got $231,000 coming out of general revenue this year. Is there any questions on a high level before we get into each of the project sheets?
No, let's go through the project sheets.
Perfect.
Please.
We can move down to page 129. And we have the Didsbury 23rd Street and Township Road 314 Road project. This is listed at $587,000 coming out of the tax rate stabilization. The project itself has a higher price point, but this would be our contribution. Note, there is a portion that we would be putting forward from a cash perspective that we would be looking to be reimbursed over time from the town of Didsbury. So this would appear as a liability on our books and therefore doesn't require funding source. It would essentially be a note payable. Is there any questions?
Okay. Jeff, do you want to add anything on the actual grant that we're applying for and where we are in that process?
Sure, yeah. So the grant application is due November 30th. That's the STIP Local Municipal Initiatives Grant. We have finalized it. We have the engineering report from the town of Didsbury's engineer. The town has signed off on it as of this morning, and I've signed off on it as well. So we will be submitting it later today or tomorrow to the province. And I can inform council more on that process as part of my CAO report later in the meeting.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, we did have a very good meeting with the Minister of Transportation on this, and this was brought forward as well. So just to kind of escalate it and highlight it to the minister and his staff. Is there any questions from council on this one? No? Okay, Jen?
Okay, moving on to page 132, we have business services, hardware and software. It comes in at a total cost of $206.6 thousand being funded through the office equipment reserve. This is to cover PC Evergreen, so that's the replacement of all of the county computers, laptops, that type of equipment, some software and information security improvements, as well as some IT products for Cremona Fire and infrastructure upgrades. And there is some additional information on the next page for each of those. Was there any questions on this one?
No, seeing none.
Okay, on to the air photo refresh on page 134 and 135. This is coming in at a total cost of $70,000 and is being funded through the office equipment reserve. This is included in our long range plan on a 3-year cycle. I will note that we have historically leveraged any potential to partner with other municipalities to reduce this cost, and we will continue to do so. But we're looking for the complete expense approval so that we can move forward with the project if those opportunities are not available.
Any discussion on this? No? On to the next one.
The bad debt and the tax incentive. This is coming in at $475,000 based on a tax incentive of 1.5%. The bad debt was historically listed at about 175 or 150,000, but we've done quite well in the bad debt realm. So we have reduced this recently, and it is funded out of the tax rate stabilization annually. The one change this year is that we have combined them onto one project sheet. So if there's a slight ebb and flow between the two, you know, a little bit more tax incentive or a little bit more bad debt, we can use that funding envelope to cover it rather than coming back and requesting additional funds to cover any overages. Any questions?
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Jen. That was my question. When I looked at the historical bad debt that you've listed from 2020 through 2023, my initial question was whether or not we could look at 50,000 for bad debt rather than 100. But given that you've combined it with the 1.5% reduction for a tax incentive, I can see that perhaps with the balance, the ebb and flow, it makes sense to leave the number the way it is. So
And maybe, Jen, just further to that. So this is actually funded through the tax rate stabilization fund. And so just it doesn't impact overall general taxes and municipal revenues. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it's coming out of reserve. So if we don't spend these dollars, they'll remain in the reserve for a future year. They are in the plan, of course, this kind of 475 in spending. As we notice these trends going down, we do try to adjust that number, but we want to be cautious about reducing it too low just because economic times have been tight. And so you never know when you're going to have a year where not necessarily a large number of ratepayers, but any one significant one that might hit that bad debt that you need to account for.
But so Jen, this might be a good example for council as well when we have a potential surplus at the end of the year. So if we budget for 100,000 to come out of the reserves and we only have a bad debt of 30,000, that would mean that 70 would show up as a surplus. Is that correct?
That's correct. From
Okay.
the operating side, you're not incurring that expense.
Right, okay. Any other questions for council on this one? Thank you.
Okay, moving down to page 138, we have the annual county land improvements. This is a $40,000 project, and it is funded from the environmental reserve. It is meant to cover the replacement of perimeter fencing on county land, and it is funded, oh, I think I already said that, it's funded through the environmental reserve. On the next page, we have a very specific fencing project. This is $11,700. It is also being funded out of the environmental reserve. Was there any questions on either of those two?
No, seeing none.
Okay, we have the additional communications coordinator role. It is coming in at a total of $99,500, and it is currently proposed to be funded out of general revenue. Staff time is never funded out of a reserve. It always comes out of that general fund. It also has a slight provision for some new furnishing, just to establish a new desk space.
Thank you. And again, on this one, there was some offset costs. Can you maybe just go into that?
Absolutely, I can. So if we go to page, give me 1 second. Just have to get down to that. It's actually down in the operating budget, those details. So bear with me 1 second. Okay, so community services or communications as a whole, with the addition of this role, it increased their operating budget by $34,000. There was the increase for $99,500 and a reduction of $79,500 in advertising and external consulting fees. So the net cost there is about $20,000. Keep in mind, $10,000 is for furnishing, so about half of that is an ongoing increase in cost.
Councillor Lutz.
I'm just wondering, is it unusual to have two coordinators? To me, a coordinator is one person coordinating. So I guess my real question is this a more senior position or a more junior position? Seeing that I would think you could have one coordinator with.
I'll maybe start and then Christopher can add on. So within our organizational chart, we do have different levels of coordinator positions. So it is consistent with other aspects of our organization, but I'll let Christopher speak to the specifics for communications.
No, I think Jeff is correct that it's not uncommon to have two, excuse me, coordinator positions. So as far as senior and junior, haven't contemplated exactly what that looks like yet, what the reporting structure looks like, what the overall split of duties will look like. Administratively, we'll deal with that if we are successful in getting this project sheet approved by council.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the patrol, Alberta First Responders Radio Communication, or the AFRAX hardware. This is proposed to replace a couple units at $11,000, and it is being funded out of the general revenue.
Okay.
We have next we have a patrol vehicle replacement coming in at just over $92,000, and this is being funded through our equipment fleet reserve. Excuse me. The target for replacement for these is 200,000 kilometers. At the end of August, this one was sitting at about 150, and we're anticipating it will hit that 200,000 kilometers coming up this year. So looking to start the process to replace it.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
So question, maybe Christopher can help me on this one. When you order these, how far down the road are we anticipating delivery again?
Probably most updated information I've received from the reseller is probably in the 9 to 10 month period. So Realistically, order January, let's call it, probably won't receive them until the end or receive this until the end of 2025.
So supply is getting a little better over the last couple of years.
It
that
has
we've
gotten
ordered.
better. Yeah, last time we ordered, I think it was more in like the 12 to 16 month time frame, if I recall. So they are getting a little bit better.
Good, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions on this one, Jen?
Okay, the next one is the Carstairs and District Fire Department RAV purchase. This is $285,000 and it is being funded through the General Fire Reserve. One thing to note here is there is a $50,000 cash recovery when we make the purchase that we will get back. It's not here because the funding source is general fire. That 50,000 will come back in and we'll add that back to the reserve. So the net impact of the reserve will be at about $235,000.
Okay, and Christopher, do you want to, that was a motion that council had passed previously. Do you want to just walk us through that as Jen has mentioned, the 50,000?
Yeah, so that was a discussion that council has previously had around the RAV replacement cycle. Currently under the RAV replacement cycle, all of the rapid attack vehicles, RAVs, through the county are set to have a chassis replacement in 2025. Administratively, we reviewed that, determined it's not cost effective to do the chassis replacement, which was contemplated 10 years ago. So as such, we approached each of the towns to come up with a different model. This was the model that we presented to council, which would essentially have 2 rapid attack vehicles within the department. And then the town would purchase the residual value, 50% of the residual value of the primary RAV to continue to be used as a rapid attack vehicle plus a utility vehicle, which they need as well. So kind of going away from the fact that rapid attack vehicles are primarily only used in the county, the secondary unit would be able to be used more within the urban center as well. So we have pitched it to each of the towns. The town of Carstairs, obviously through this project sheet, and the town of Didsbury recently has agreed to proceed with that model. And so you will see that project sheet here subsequently.
Thank you, and that's where the 50,000 comes from.
That's the residual value of, that's the approximate residual value of 50% of the existing RAV being transitioned into that utility role.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Johnson.
I thought we just recently bought a secondhand RAV at a lesser value.
That was a pumper or something, wasn't it?
For the town, is that the Carstairs Fire Department you're referencing?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was a pumper that was purchased, not a rapid attack vehicle.
Sorry, correction, that was a rescue
Rescue
vehicle.
vehicle. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you for that overview. Jen?
Okay, moving on, we have the Sundre Airport Lighting System. This is a project at $275,000 for some contracted electrical work. It is proposed to be funded through the STIP grant at $206,000 with the remainder coming from general revenue. Council, we're looking to get approval on this project as a whole, regardless of the status of the grant. I believe that motion was made at a previous meeting. So the full cost potential there is about $275,000.
Thank you. And again, Christopher, this is under the community airport program under the STIP. So it's actually not in competition with our other STIP applications, but it's under a separate program of STIP. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's the 3 components of STIP, and this is a separate component specifically allocated to the community airport projects for specific specific airport projects. Doesn't have any relation to the remainder of the county's infrastructure applications.
Thank you. And hopefully the provinces, when they see airports in Mountain View County, I don't think they should be under any illusions that we haven't been really promoting our airports. So looking very forward to seeing what our success rate is on this grant for sure. Any other questions on this one? Okay, Jen.
Okay, moving on, we have the Strings and Keys Music Education Grant Program. The $4,000 proposed grant. It has been included in our operating budget for 2025. It was proposed here to use up the rest of the reserve, although I think that previous presentation may have used up those dollars. So we'll amend that so that the full amount is coming out of general revenue in our next iteration of the budget.
Thank you. And then again, we've said that this will come back as a policy for council's consideration as well. Okay. Any other discussion on this? Thank you. And it sounds like Councillor Nixon, this is going to be probably 4,000 is not outside of the scope of the applications we're going to get. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Didsbury Fire Department RAV purchase. So this is very similar. It's a $285,000 cost being funded out of the General Fire Reserve with a $50,000 recovery that will be added back in. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the operational services projects. Beginning on page 147, we have our annual capital roads. This is at $6.1 million. It covers our base stabilization, asphalt long patching, subdivision rechipping, and regravel and rechip programs. And on the next page, there is a summary of the service levels for each of those programs. There was a slight addition to this project this year just to cover some inflationary pressures.
Thank you. Council, is there any discussion on this one? No?
Okay, we go into the Capital Bridge Program next at $4.85 million. This is being funded in whole through the Bridge and Road Reserve, although we will always make applications through the STIP for these roads. I believe I got word today that we've submitted 6 STIP applications today. Several for bridges, and then of course looking to do the township 232 for Didsbury.
23rd Street.
Thank you. 23rd Street. Each of the bridges attached do have an individual project sheet, photo and additional details. Was there any in particular that you wanted to look at or had questions on?
So again, Ryan, just to go over this, this is all based on the inspections from the provincial requirements and the state of the bridges. Do you want to just maybe give a highlight on that?
Sure. So all of our bridges get inspected by a third-party inspector. There's a set of protocols that the provinces put out through Alberta Transportation on how the inspections are supposed to be done, how the data is processed. All that data goes up to Edmonton, to the Twin Atria, and gets processed. Then we ask our consultant to take that structural condition ratings and start to provide us with the list. And that's how we populate our bridge replacement list. So when something comes up and it says, okay, we're at the time now on this needs to be replaced, then we'll start the engineering, and then sometimes we may sit on the engineering for a year or two to try and balance the bridge program the best we can. And then it comes forward in the budget to council for discussion.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Ryan? Nope, seeing none.
Okay, we'll move on then to page 166, where we see our bridge maintenance program. This is proposed at $174,000. It is also funded through the Bridge and Road Reserve, and each of the proposed bridges has an attached project sheet with photos and details. Was there any specific questions on any of these proposed bridge work?
No, seeing none.
Okay, then we'll move down to page 177, Township Road 324 asphalt overlay. This is coming in at $555,000. It is being funded through the Bridge and Road Reserve. And on the next couple pages, we've got some photos as well as a map of the proposed area to be done.
Is there any questions on this one? Councillor Fulton.
So seeing how the town has declined to participate, so how long is our portion? Just the mile to the railway tracks, or how does it extend west, or how far? The map isn't very clear on the total length there that you're planning on.
So we're looking at that half mile.
From the railway tracks going.
The railway tracks are just on the other side of so we would come through, do the intersection at Range Road 15, and then possibly, depending on where we're at, we'd look at doing the approach to the old elevator there, but we would not go past the railway tracks.
Okay, thank you.
So just on this one, what is the state of the elevator?
It's not used a lot, but still part of their Pioneers repertoire of grain storage facilities in the area.
Okay, and Jeff, what's the projection for the town's growth, do you think, in this area, and how would that impact this road?
So the reason that the county only owns half of the road now is because during the annexation previous to the 3/4 that were in the northeast portion of town, this quarter, on the southwest corner there was of town, southeast corner of town, sorry, was annexed by the town. And as part of that annexation process, they took over the half-mile of road that used to be county road. And so looking forward, I think the town has that quarter planned for development and growth. And in some of our discussions with the town, they're very preliminary at this point, but the quarter to the west, that's still in the county, that affects our road project with this project sheet. That quarter, is eyed by the town for future growth and development. So it wouldn't be a stretch to anticipate that in the next round of annexation discussions with the town, that quarter will be one that comes up for discussion between the town and the county. And if that came up, it would be the county's position that the town also take over that segment of road.
Okay, so in doing quite a bit of work on the Didsbury side of things, this, again, we did this before with Didsbury where it was supposed to be a joint Range Road 2 upgrade, and it was all great, and then Didsbury pulled out and we decided to move forward. And it's very difficult when you have a section of good road and then a section of bad road. And unless it's a joint project, it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. After having reviewed kind of Didsbury and where this is going and the potential growth of the town of Olds, I'm struggling with this one. So looking for other comments from council. Councillor Miller.
So I think looking at Pioneer Elevator there and how it's basically just a storage unit, I haven't even seen cars being filled there in years. I think originally maybe this was designed to support that elevator and maybe they had some input in it also when they built. But yeah, to dump this kind of money in this, looking at possibly Olds annexing the area, it's something that I don't think I could support.
Jeff?
So just to add a couple of points to Councillor Miller's comments. Yes, this road was paved to support the elevator and it was funded through a grant. Ryan might remember the grant that covered it better than I do. And you are correct, the rail siding has been decommissioned for Pioneer at this location and they've invested in the rail siding for the elevator north of town. So there are no ability for rail cars to access the elevator at this point, is my understanding.
When I look at this and I just look at the funds, this would fund our county road safety program for a year. And it just seems to me that the funds would be better utilized on those type of projects than on this one, given all the information we've heard today. So just looking for other council input on this one. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I would certainly support reconsidering this. I know that this amount of money would provide a huge amount of long patching, of which I'm a great fan. So yeah, I would support rethinking this decision.
Okay, Councillor Fulton.
I tend to agree. I think a micro seal on this road would improve the surface if we had the town of Olds buy-in, but if they're not interested at all, I don't see the point in doing just a half a mile. I think it's in as good a condition or better than a lot of our chip seal collector roads. So I think we could comfortably remove this one from this budget package.
Okay, Councillor Harris and then Councillor Lutz.
Just a question to Ryan. If it's not done, what will be required in the next year or the coming years? Just crack sealing and that sort of stuff?
So if we don't follow the engineer's recommendations on, we will crack seal it, we will paint it, and we will just repair failures as they come up. So right now we did one more large repair on it this year, and if something else comes up, we'll just go repair it within the long patching program as well.
Okay, thank you. That would be my choice to follow that.
Councillor Lutz.
Just a question for Ryan. I drive this road quite a bit. I think it's kind of a bypass of Olds. It did appear to me that our section doesn't seem to be as in good a condition as the town of Olds section. And I don't know if that's just luck or whatever, but I was just wondering if you had comment on that.
It's actually the inverse of that. When we did the fallen away declinometer, the town of Olds section's in worse than ours. It's just that we actually maintain our section. They don't do any maintenance on theirs, so that's why you don't see any oil, paint, or spray patching on theirs, because they don't do any maintenance on theirs. So it's the appearance that it looks in worse shape is just the appearance of us actually doing maintenance on it.
Okay, so I'm going to move that council direct administration to remove project sheet OS 2504 from the 2025 budget. Brian?
Just through the chair, one last statement on this. So after this is removed, we'll remove it from all of the long range plans going forward as well.
I don't know. I got as far as removing it from the 2025 budget.
So if we remove it from the long range plans, we won't come back, council won't see it again, and then it also affects the funding for the future through CLIP and then the
Okay,
future
so
funding forecasts.
once my motion is put up, I'm going to add something else to it then to make it even more interesting. So I think that's a good point. We need direction as to when we're going to bring this back, or if we're going to bring it back. So Ryan, what are you looking for? Direction to remove it completely from the long range plans, or so it would no longer be in the?
It would no longer be in the CLIP. It would be removed from our long range plans, and then the $500,000 that is this overlay would then be removed from corporate services future funding projections that they give you for reserve calculations. It would be removed from there as well.
Okay,
And it
so-
would be removed from any like cyclical things like 25 years from now, it's to get repaid. We would just pull it right off of planning to do it. Or not.
I do get concerned when we remove things completely and they fall completely off the scale. I like to have a record of it. So at least if it's in the CLIP, then it's still something. I don't know. Maybe Jeff, did you have any suggestions?
My suggestion would be that it be removed from the 2025 budget, but kept on our list until there's clarity with the town of Olds on what they're gonna do with their half mile and any impacts from annexation, those kinds of things. So essentially deferring it until there's an agreement with the town of Olds to manage the entire segment together.
So that was going to be the addition to my motion, but actually I'm just going to leave the motion as it is. And then we can figure out, council can, if administration thinks that this is a project that we could maybe bring forward to the ICC again for discussion next year, then that's up to the next council that comes forward. But at least the next council will be aware of this project sheet and the budget sheet, and then they can determine what is the best way forward. So I'm just so my motion does read that council direct administration to remove project sheet OS 2504, Township Road 324 asphalt overlay from the 2025 budget. So discussions? Nope. Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, I will call to question. All in favor? And that is carried. Jen?
So,
Oh, sorry.
before we leave that,
Yeah.
so my question to Ryan is, so that we're talking about removing a half a mile from the CLIP plan? That the segment you were referring to is just a half a mile?
Just a half mile.
Yeah, so I would be, if it's just a half a mile and we predict at some point it's gonna be overtaken, annexed by the town, then that road is not gonna be our jurisdiction. So I don't see a need for it to remain in unless you wanna put it until annexation or whatever, but I mean, you don't wanna have this tied into calculations for 20 years because chances are it's not gonna be within the county in 20 years.
Well, and I would still like to leave it as part of the discussion for the next council, just in case they want to maybe bring this back to the ICC, and whether or not next council would be in favor of, if Olds were to participate, we would participate. So I would like to see it stay in, but if anyone wants to remove it from the clip completely, then we can have that motion as well. Nope. Okay. All right. Jen?
Okay, moving on to our next project, which is the Township Road 292 upgrade. This is coming in at just over $16.6 million. 14.3 of that is due to the road construction. And I will note that the two bridges listed there are in the plan. So they have dedicated funding, although the Acme Road project itself has been brought forward to this budget. And it's being funded in whole through the Bridge and Road Reserve. And there are many pages of additional information here. So we've got some maps and some traffic counts, some historical costs for maintenance on this road, as well as some comments and recommendations from our consultant and engineer. And then finally, some alternative funding approaches where we consider potential debt as a funding source for such a large project.
Okay, so we might not get through this one by 11:30, but we'll start it. Is there any discussion on this project sheet? Councillor Fulton.
So just an accounting question. So we expect that this project is going to be 2, if not 3 years in length. So if we were going to borrow money, let's suppose, it doesn't matter half or all of it, would we need to borrow it in 2025? Even though the bulk of the expenditure potentially wouldn't be into 26 or 27?
So
How-
it's
so-
my understanding that you have to have the borrowing bylaws in place and everything before the shovel hits the ground. So there is a little bit of a time sensitivity there in getting everything in place ahead of time. When we choose to use those funds is just based on when the project is
Councillor
is being
Fulton.
done.
Okay, so let's hypothetically, let's say that we approve the project, we borrow whatever amount in 2025, but we don't use it. So does that borrowed money then go into carryover for 26 and potentially 27, depending on, so if we borrow money in 25 but don't spend it, what happens to that? How is that accounted for going forward?
So we don't recognize the debt as used until the funds are spent. So we'll receive the funds, they'll sit in our bank account waiting to be spent, and we don't recognize the funding source until it actually incurs the cost side. So it will just sit there as a debt liability. On the Schedule 5 of our statement is where we record essentially for lack of a better word, a reduction on our tangible capital asset. So it brings down our overall TCA value by the amount of that debt, basically saying it's an encumbered addition. We added, $15 million worth of assets, but we owe $15 million on it. And so that's how it's recorded when we actually use the debt. And then on an annual basis, we need to fund the repayment of that principal value.
Okay, just one other thing. So
Councillor Fulton.
2025, let's go for 2026 budget, there would be no project sheet for this, right? Because it would be considered a project that's already moving, and there would be some carry forwards because all the work couldn't be accomplished in 1 year. Is that correct?
It wouldn't be included in our 2026 budget initially, but it would likely come forward if it was not complete at the end of the 2025 year with the carry forward projects in the new year, which would then not affect our tax rates in any way, because everything we bring forward in those carry forwards have a dedicated funding source from the prior year.
Thank you.
So just one more clarity on that. With respect to with what we've got in our agenda package, so the first year is just land acquisition and engineering. So 2025 is just land acquisitions and engineering. And so there would not be a requirement to go to a borrowing bylaw until 2026. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Councillor Lutz. Okay. Okay, is there any other questions for this one? Councillor Miller.
So through to Ryan, if I may, if this road upgrade gets done, and so we'd be bringing it up to a high level standard, what's the anticipated life of that?
So after the construction's done and we've done the amount of asphalt that's in our plan, we wouldn't pave it again for another 25 years. It would go into our overlay program. The standard's the same as Red Lodge Road, like Range Road 23, the other part of Acme Road. So we wouldn't do any more maintenance on it per se. It's just in the overlay cycle after that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Fulton.
So I guess my struggle with this is that it shows a large expense out of the road and bridge reserve, but we're not actually spending it until 2026. So I'm not sure like that it affects our project budget, shows on there, but actually nothing is going to happen until 2026. So I just want to make sure that this is recognized properly and how it affects things, because it's going to look like we're spending 16.5 million, but it's actually not going to be spent until majority of it until 26, potentially 27. So how does that play out over time? Because, you know, it'd be different if we're buying it, it's going to get done in 25. Yes, you know, that's the cost, but I know when it's stretched out over time, I'm not sure that, do we need to really show that on 2025 as that much expense, even though we're not incurring it?
So we'll budget for it as a capital expense, but I would say from the reserve perspective, as soon as it's approved, those dollars are committed. So they're now no longer available for something else. And so that's why we really want to show it like that. As soon as you approve a project, those funds are essentially out of the reserve, which is exactly why we do those carry forward movements at the end of the year. You know, you approve a project that you weren't able to complete, we take those dollars out of the reserve and we move them to the carry forward so that it doesn't mislead the balances of our reserves going into next year thinking, oh, we have $14 million more than we thought. We'll take those funds at the end of 2025 from the Bridge and Road Reserve, whether this project is complete or not, and we'll move them over to the carry forward reserve. And in future years, you would see this proposed as being funded through the carry forward reserve or through debt or through, you know, any other funding source the council, you know, requests.
Okay, so let's just pause for 1 second. Laura, our delegation for 11:30 has canceled. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So road conditions are too bad for Mr. Shepherd to make it here. And so we are going to reschedule that delegation for a different date. So we'll be doing the, I don't believe we have our Sundre Municipal Library or the Regional Film Office until after lunch. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
And I'm terribly sorry because I'm assuming that you're here to hear the presentation on Parkland Library. Okay. I'm very, very sorry that that Parkland has been unable to make it. The roads were just too bad, and we have just gotten confirmation of that for right now. So I'm very sorry, but we're very happy to have you in the gallery. So thank you. So maybe before we just get to more questions on the ACME, I will ask for Ryan to take us through, or Jen to take us through, because we did request additional information that is on page 185 that hasn't previously been in our agenda package. So this was life cycle cost comparison. So and Councillor Miller, maybe this would answer some of the questions you had on what would need to be done in either case if we did the upgrade or if we didn't do the upgrade. So Jen, can you walk us through this, please?
Absolutely. So maybe we'll actually back up to page 183 and just kind of take a quick look, because there are some, you know, when we look at these long range 50-year cycles, there's a lot of assumptions built into this. And so I just want to touch on a couple of these quickly. So the frequency of the major capital repairs on this section of the road, they do divert some of the resources away from some of our other road segments, potentially leading to some disrepair on more costly future repairs elsewhere within the county. These costs, along with the minor repair costs, are not considered as part of the major road repair, as they're difficult to estimate any of these indirect costs. To maintain our established service levels in other areas of the county, additional resources would be required to offset the manpower, equipment, and materials that are currently being allocated to the ACME Road. Without these additional resources, service levels across the county would essentially need to be reduced to ensure that the that the road remains in acceptable working order. With the upgrade, while the upgrade has a higher initial cost than maintaining the status quo, it does offer more consistent service levels and improved traffic management. Over the next 50 years, the upgrade would require roughly 3 to 4 years of construction, 1 to 2 for that initial construction phase, and then additional year for each of the overlays, compared to the significant repairs that are required every 2 years under the current approach. this is the key piece here. So over the past 10 years, the traffic on this stretch of road has doubled, meaning that even these historical numbers that we're basing this off, could escalate at a level that we've not anticipated, depending on how that traffic continues to increase. And then our engineer has kind of stepped in and provided some additional operational pieces to that. And so if we move on to the next page, what we've included here is a summary of the long patch repairs, base stabilization, and the rechipping repairs that we've incurred over the last 10 years. And I've done some quick adjustments to bring those into today's dollars at 2% inflation. So that means that we're spending about $575,000 on long patching, $999,000, so just shy of $1 million on the base stabilization, and $472,000 on rechipping. So then if we move back onto this page 185, you can kind of see how we've put those together. And with working with operational services, we had initially allocated about half of the long patch budget in the years that came up there. But looking at our historical costs, we felt that might be understating a little bit. So we've actually given two scenarios here. One where the long patching budget is used 50% for this on a 6-year cycle, and one where it comes in at that 575. So this would require chip seals would be done every 3 years out of the anticipated 7-year cycle. The rip and chip would be required every 10 years, and that long patching is kind of appearing in between to keep the road going. And we're looking at a cost under this kind of status quo approach of anywhere between $14 and $17 million over the coming 50 years, which we compare against the upgrade cost coming in at just over $20 million.
So Ryan, one of the things that's hard to put into this is the time that is obviously spent on this road versus where those resources could be spent elsewhere, because these are resources that are our own resources. Is that correct for both the base stabilization and all of the work that would be done in the years? Is that correct?
Yes.
I like your short, sweet answers. Thank you for the information.
Would you like me to elaborate on it?
No, well, if you have something else to add, I just, it's hard. Those are opportunity costs that are obviously hard to
Yeah.
put tangible benefit to, but are very important.
I think the one, and we've discussed this before with council, is like our chipping crew was on the Acme Road, fixing the road and then chipping a road that we chipped about 4 years ago out of cycle. They were out there for almost 3 weeks, like 2.5 weeks working on it. And that's 2.5 weeks of a program that only lasts, 10 weeks. It's a big cut of the time. The costing is the costing. We have money in the budget for doing chipping. It's just that time could be spent doing other miles of road. And that out of the 900 kilometers of chip seal road, we're spending a fair chunk of our time working on these same 6 miles over the last 7 years. And then for the business case scenario that Jen and I put together, like I can say we had a really good meeting working on it. And when we were putting it together, there was stuff in there that I didn't think, I was like, this seems really aggressive. But then we actually look through the numbers and see what we're actually doing out there. It's like, well, this actually is representative of what is actually going on out there. We started at Range Road 15 going into Carstairs. That's where we started the base stabilization, and we did the other hunk going to Rocky View County east of there. And that was where we started. We worked our way west, and now we're right back at Range Road 15, starting to do our work, redoing our work, going towards the west. So it's really, the numbers show what's actually going on out there.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this one? I must admit, I go back and forth on this one, and I'm really super struggling on the expenditure on this road. You drive it now and it looks fine. We just drove it yesterday and it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's a chip seal road and it looks all right. And so now my position is we don't need to spend the money on it. And then in spring when I drive it, I go, oh my goodness, look at this road. It's terrible. So yeah, I'm struggling. I'm just looking for any other input from councillors on the expenditure on this road. Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, the challenge is that when the decision was made in the past to pave the west end of it. So this is the last remaining segment that isn't actually asphalt pavement. So the plans were prepared, ready to go, and then council decided to pick another road to do. So this is just finishing the project in my mind. Traffic is going to be on that road regardless of the segment that is chip sealed. We could put a 50% ban on it and you're still going to have traffic on it that shouldn't be on it because the rest of the road is asphalt. So it's just, it needs to be done. There's no two ways around it. It was put off and now we're just, not suffering, but I mean, the reality is that segment needed to be done to match the rest of the road. So.
Yeah. Well, I was on the councils that, I've been here so long now, I feel like I actually have some history on this. And I do know phase one was actually driven a lot by safety features as well on the first section of the road. And that was almost why it was split into two, is to deal with the safety aspects of phase one versus phase two. But Councillor Miller.
So I think to my understanding, Ryan, once this is built, it would be a ban-free road. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, it would be a ban-free road. So it would be a ban-free corridor essentially from Highway 22 to Highway 791. Because the east side of Highway 2 has also been paved.
So potentially the truck traffic, I think we talked about this before, from the 580 Carstairs Highway may end up going on there, correct? Going out to Highway 22 from number 2?
That potential is always there, of legal loaded traffic going down that road. Like we are in control of anything that's non-dimensional or overloaded if they get a permit. We did pull some of the trucking numbers that go on Highway 580 right now, and there isn't a significant amount of truck traffic on Highway 580, so you will see an increase. 100%, there will be an increase in truck traffic on this road if it gets reconstructed. I just don't know if there's a lot of drivers in that area besides the Cargill, I'm not sure, the elevator there, the Cargill? Who is it? Sure,
Tara.
what the CAO said.
Thanks, Ryan, for that explanation.
Hey, any other council feedback on this one? Again, we will be making the final decision on the budget today, so we still have some option for consideration. So right now, if anyone has any concerns or anything, it will give every councillor here an opportunity to have another good think between now and December 11th. Councillor Harris.
Jen, just for clarity, anything that's, if we're using reserve and it's encumbered to this, can still be invested, right? And we're still gonna get some return on that?
Yeah, from a cash perspective, Dwayne's made a really good point that we're not going to spend all this money in year one. So all of these funds can still be invested until the cash is actually needed to make those purchases and to cover those expenses. So if you commit to it January 1, you're not losing out on any investment income because we're not going to start to see those expenses come in until, 8, 12, 15 months later.
Okay, Councillor Fulton.
So we had, the Bergen Road project was half financed at, was it 20 years? Do you recall, or 10? So just for.
So I've included some details on page 191. We have the Bergen Road, 2040 is the expiry. So yes, I believe it was 20 years.
So just for reference, so like it's the way I'm obviously looking at splitting this with half finance money, right? That's an awful large hit to take. And the 10-year at 50% interest cost seems a lot more reasonable than stretching it out to 20. So, but that's just the way I'm leaning, and we'll have that discussion later. But I think it'd be good use of some debt here to get this road done, as we did with the Bergen Road.
Yeah, the difference with Bergen was that it was at less than 1.9%. And so in hindsight, council probably would have been way better off to fund the whole thing through debt, but that's hindsight's a great thing. Okay, is there any further discussions on this? Is there any motions to be made on this? Seeing none, is there any other questions for Ryan or for Jen on this one? Okay. So let's move on to the next item then, Jen, please.
Okay, on page 196, we have our county funded dust control. This is being proposed at $72.5 thousand, funded out of the Bridge and Road Reserve. There were a couple changes made to this project sheet. I believe it came forward last year at a slightly lower value, so it's just been increased to capture some additional needs.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I think I asked you this before, Ryan, but based on our policy, the dust control for some of the haul routes is to be paid by the oil and gas companies if they're using it extensively. So at this point, do you have any indication how many of this $72,500 will be paid? Like half of it or a third of it that might be paid by oil companies in 2025?
We were actually, you are correct. The oil companies are to fund the dust control directly. So we're sending our letters out to all of our master road use agreement holders. They should be out here pretty quick, just to make sure that they are aware of the change so they can plan for it. That money that we would get from the oil companies would be over and above what we're budgeting for here. We would take this 72,500 and we would be going out and doing other dust control projects in the county. This wouldn't be used on oil field haul roads anymore.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Miller.
Question through to Ryan again. So are you seeing any movement in calcium pricing? Is it stagnant or has it gone up or down yet, or?
I haven't looked at calcium pricing.
Yeah.
I can say in the number of years that I've been doing this program and been involved in it, you don't see a lot of changes in the numbers because it is pumped out of the ground essentially. The numbers that you see that vary the price in the calcium is for the trucking. So I'm pretty optimistic that this number is going to remain fairly close to what we're used to because it hasn't changed in the last couple of years dramatically.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you're covered off with, if there is pricing, that you've got enough in your budget here.
Pretty optimistic that we're forecasted in a good range.
And we've left flexibility in this project sheet for operations to utilize this funds for the highest needs of the county. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this one? Jen, please.
Okay, then moving on to the traffic counter replacement, proposing 4 traffic counters at just shy of $20,000 being funded out of the Bridge and Road Reserve.
Sorry, did you say $200,000, Jen?
Just shy of 20,000.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I heard 200. I was like, ooh, I'm on the wrong project sheet. Oh, all right.
Those would be some nice traffic counters. And the next project we have is the Range Road 25 intersection, and this includes the Range Road 13 guardrails. It is our $500,000 project that we bring forward each year, funded out of the local road safety improvement reserve. And each of those 2 areas have a detail sheet in behind. Was there any questions or concerns on either of those?
Seeing none.
Then moving on to the gravel pit stripping. This is proposed at $300,000 with the pit stripping reclamation reserve as our funding source. Following that, we have the 2025 equipment replacement. This is coming in at just over $3 million, being funded in whole through the equipment fleet reserve.
And so Jen, maybe can you just go back to the pit stripping one just for a second and just explain how this works? So we actually have earthworks of 130,000 and then we have reclamation liability of 170. So can you explain how this is impacted by the budget? Like how does this impact the municipal taxes?
So this is coming out of the reserve. For every ton of gravel that we take out of the gravel pit, we put away $2.08 to cover the future work. So as we're taking gravel out, we're funding that reserve. And then as we're doing the pit stripping and the reclamation, we're drawing on those funds. And by that way, we don't have to ebb and flow our tax collection every year for years that we've got, large demands for either, big crushing years where we've pulled a bunch out of the gravel pits, or years where we've got reclamation, which doesn't come up every year, obviously.
Okay, so can you explain the $170,000 for reclamation liability? Is that actually work? Is that reclamation work that we're physically doing, or what is that 170,000?
So that 170,000 is a calculated amount based off of what we strip in the pit. So we just kind of come up with an average number that we use on that, just because it is a up and down number based on how active we are. So we take, when we strip it, we pile it in a pile, then we measure that pile, we pay the contractor, we have those measurements. I put it into a calculator that we have. It produces a liability for what we have, as opposed to liability for what's going to cost us in the future to reclaim that pit. So every time we do a pit, we measure what we took out, and then we keep adjusting that number going forward.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at though is out of this 300,000,
It's money that we're putting away.
right? So 130 is earthworks that we're actually physically
Paying
doing.
out.
We're physically doing, and the 170 is a liability that we carry on the books, but is not physically being spent at this point in 2025. Am I correct?
Yes.
It's being spent as to put it away, but it's not physically getting any action to it in 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. This was always a difficult one for me to get my head around when I first got on council, this whole liability that we charge ourselves and put it away. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone, as it was mud to me. Okay.
Okay, moving on then to the 2025 equipment replacement. And on the coming pages, we do have a list of the equipment being purchased and the equipment being proposed for disposal.
So Ryan, can you just take us through page 2003 on these, so the graders, we now, how long do we keep a grader for?
We keep a grader for 7,000 hours or 5 years-ish in that ring. And then what we used to do is we used to sign up all the graders. We still actually do sign the contract with the suppliers on a guaranteed buyback or a guaranteed trade-in value. What we have found is that the secondary market for graders has been a lot stronger than what Finning or Brandt will give us back for the graders, but they know that, and they've been helping us sell these graders on the open market as well, because they have all kinds of contacts out there. So in that range.
Okay, and how about on like the belly dump trailers and the gravel trucks?
So the trailers and the trucks are on separate cycles. So we're keeping the trailers on average 10 to 15 years, and then we recycle them out. So we actually just finished cycling a bunch of our trailers out. The gravel trucks, they're on a 7-year cycle that we were always rolling them out after the 7 years. And we have extended some of them to 10 years. It always depends on some of the conditions of the things of the equipment, but we're always looking at that 7 years plus on them.
Okay, and they're not buyback. They're
not buyback.
They're still after 7 years. Okay?
Yeah, they go to auction and see what we get for them.
Okay. Councillor Miller.
And again, I guess I'll ask you, Ryan, the same question. Delivery time on the graders, how far out are you now?
So we'll have to wait to see on what's going on in the world here come January when we get them, because some of our graders are built in the United States, some of our graders are built overseas. There's different timelines on the deliveries on them, but currently right now you're looking at a solid year for a grader.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on the equipment replacement? All right, Jen.
Okay. So the next project sheet is the Natook sanitary sewer system. It is $40,000 to investigate some options for upgrading the sewer system out at Natook Crossing, and it is being proposed to be funded through general revenue.
Councillor Johnson.
Can you help us understand a little bit what the options are? I can sort of visualize what the development is, and I'm just trying to anticipate what kind of options are being considered.
Sure. So the Natook Business Park, all the sanitary water all goes to one holding tank. And then we have a trucking company comes, picks up the wastewater, hauls it to the regional dump facility in Olds. Goes around a cycle. What we're finding though is like when the developer developed that subdivision, the overall plan was to connect that to the regional network. And we're not gonna go through this process of this because we know that that's just not economically feasible at this time out there. So what we want to do is look at our options for either doing some sort of tertiary on-site treatment or putting in a larger holding tank on site, or maybe it's looking at other trucking options to try, because currently right now, like, we've been going out looking at the system, and the subdivision is about half full. And we're passing that point where the temporary tank that the developer put in is a long-term solution for there. That being said, we want to look at it because maybe the numbers will come in for putting in a larger tank and it's going to be like, that's not economically feasible. We're not going to be able to recover that money with the wastewater fees. So maybe it's going to be looking at enhancing the trucking capabilities there with the contractor saying, okay, I want you on here every 12 hours, every 24 hours to pull this tank so that this tank will go forward. But we just want to make sure that we have a complete grasp and an idea of what our situation is at the Natook subdivision going forward, because everything that we do is very tied to regulatory requirements with Alberta Environment, and we need to make sure that we're not being not taking care of things the way we should be out there.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions on this one? No? Okay, Jen.
Okay, our next project sheet is the Old Shop Wash Bay. This project sheet initially came forward as part of the 2024 budget with $150,000. After going out to tender and doing some investigations, we're bringing it back at a total cost of $650,000. Because we have those committed funds from last year, the ask for 2025 is $500,000 to be funded through the facility and emergency facility reserves.
Hey, any questions on this one? So I have some questions. And that was kind of my rationale for asking the questions on the equipment. So when I look at graders having a guaranteed buyback, and I see the skid steers a trade-in, so really we're looking at kind of our gravel trucks and such. When council originally discussed this at 150, it seemed to make quite a bit of sense. You know, savings on going to wash your equipment somewhere else and the time it takes staff to do that back and forth. At 650,000, I think maybe I would need a little bit more justification as to what we're actually saving on the equipment, because we keep it for 7 years, and what we're actually saving on efficiency. I'm struggling a little bit with this one at 650,000. Ryan on the hot seat.
Yes. So the equipment has to be washed.
Yep.
That's just a requirement of it. And right now, I know last year for the budget process, we brought in how much money we were spending at the car wash there, which does not equate to $600,000. So I won't go through that exercise at all, saying we're spending that kind of money already washing the equipment. It's not true. Washing the equipment is an important part of the maintenance. Right now, we're running down to the old Didsbury wash bay. We're going to, like you said, across the town to go wash it. It does help us keep the equipment in a better working order, and it does help us maintain that service level that we have, because the equipment is clean, is ready to go after a storm, especially in the wintertime. We see like our sanding, salting that we do, it's brake pots, oil pans, things like that. They just like highway tractors aren't designed to plow snow. We're using them for a function that they were never ever intended to be used for. So we see that stuff wear out, and it does help us keep that equipment in better working order. I can't provide you a cash business case for the wash bay. Just know that, you know, it's we use the one in Didsbury quite a bit. if you go out to say Boker Stebbins shop that they have out at Highway 2 and 27 in Took, like they've got a large wash bay in there. It's a very common technique is to have a wash bay with your public works facilities where you're running winter maintenance equipment. It just helps keep stuff in better working order and helps us from having to maintain it on a less frequent basis.
Councillor Letts.
How many vehicles will be able to, will this accommodate at one go?
This wash bay is similar to our one at the old Didsbury, or not the old Didsbury, sorry, got airports at the Didsbury yard. It's a one equipment wash bay, so we can fit a grader in there, we can fit a truck and trailer in there. That's it, that's all. It's just a one run equipment wash bay.
So you could lose efficiency versus a bigger wash bay where you could do more units at the same time.
Yeah, we've never anticipated doing more than one unit at the same time for a wash bay. We would just like to have enough room to do one.
Councillor Miller?
I think we've got some
Yep.
for me.
That's okay,
Oh.
go ahead.
So Ryan, currently you say you go into Olds, but there would only be the one place to a gas that you'd be able to even get into. Would I be correct?
There's a car wash that we use that's changed names a couple times over by Hildebrand. That's where we go. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, I was thinking the one right by the Olds College there. Just, I'm
No,
looking, thinking
no,
about.
we don't go in there.
I'm
That
just
would-
thinking about the accessibility with your blades and your graders with the side mount, how they would even
I
get
don't
into
think
there.
we could fit into that one by the old college. They have the exterior one, but we go to one on the west side of town.
Okay,
And then the other one too is what the staff do is, depends on the time of day where the Olds yard is located. Sometimes they just run it to Didsbury because it's just as efficient driving to Didsbury to wash at our wash bay than it is to drive across Olds.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Can you help us understand, what assumptions changed, between last year and this year that make the cost of this project, considerably more expensive?
So last year, my staff put together this project sheet, put together this budget. They went out, they engaged a couple local builders on this. And this is what they told us it would cost to build it. When we went around to actually using them, they said they couldn't do it for that price. They wanted more money. So then we put it out to the Alberta Purchasing Connection to get quotes from all over the province on it. And then everybody that came in and gave us quotes from all over the province said, it's going to cost this much to do this. So that's how we felt that we were well off the mark when we put that first project sheet in. Now, my staff that are going to deliver this project are still hopeful that they're going to be able to find someone that's going to be able to construct this for a lot less money than what we're budgeting for, but we would be remiss not to take what the contracting community has told us for our plans and use it for a project sheet. Everyone's telling us this is what's going to cost us to do it for what we want at that site.
Councillor Fulton.
So this wash bay will be tied into Olds Municipal Water and Wastewater, is that correct?
Yeah, so the shop is connected to the Olds water and the Olds wastewater system. So
And
that's
what-
an advantage to us is that the water can be disposed of correctly, not just put into a tank.
One father, what would the expected lifespan of a wash bay be versus just a shop? Like, would you expect 20, 30?
I would expect 40, 50 years out of them, same as our other buildings.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Ryan, if this shop is built, is it going to be done in such a way that when the old shop needs to be replaced, it will be integral to that? It won't be suddenly, oh, we've got this in the way. And so are there plans down the road for the old shop that this would fit into those plans?
So this building, we had some meetings with Olds building codes and our old building codes about it. The public works shop in Olds is old. And in order to put an addition onto it, there's a lot of code requirements. The building would have to be brought up. So this building is actually proposed as a standalone building just far enough away from that, from the building that's there on site so that it doesn't impact fire code. And we don't have to do a whole bunch of other requirements. So it's actually a standalone building beside our other building.
I get that. So but when that other building comes time to be replaced, we're not gonna be replacing or doing something with this shop with the wash.
No, I think we would always just have this wash bay as a standalone wash bay there. That's a decision that, we're making right now and we'll have to stick to it.
And so Ryan, so in the project sheet, it says the county old shop will provide, the wash bay will provide direct financial benefits by reducing travel time between sites, leading to more efficient operations. So what is the travel time between the old shop and where you're currently using the wash bay, or the old shop and the Didsbury shop to use the wash bay?
To get across Olds, depending on if there's a train, things like that, you're looking at probably 10, 12 minutes to get across town to that shop. Then you get there too, and you may have to wait for other vehicles to go through the wash bay. It's the same argument that my staff gives me all the time, because we always force them to go to UFA, and they don't like going to the UFA on the west side of town because it's always busy and they have to cut across town, and there's no real route for us to get around Olds. Like, we can go up to the Olds elevator, the one north, and then around that way to get around Olds. But pretty much we have to go down to the Highway 2A and 27 intersection and go down Highway 27 to get there. And Olds is just getting busier all the time. And the guys also the guys and gals don't always like running the equipment through downtown Olds during the daytime when it's at its busiest. Stuff's large, slow. So that's why sometimes during the day, especially if things are busy, they'll run it to Didsbury. Getting to Didsbury, you're still looking at, 20-ish minutes to get to Didsbury from Olds. Once you get through the lights, through the new traffic circle, then get through the traffic in Didsbury, and then wash the equipment and then come back. So you're looking at to wash one piece of equipment, you're looking at an hour, hour and a half time frame.
Okay. My concern on this is, again, of course, we're seeing the capital, 650,000, which is huge. But we're not seeing any of the operating expenditures that go with a wash bay. I mean, water usage isn't cheap. So when you look at the operating costs that go on top of the capital costs, I think we need to have a better idea of what the cost components are for the operating. And I don't know if that's possible, Ryan, to give us an annual operating cost for this wash bay, but for me, that's another huge component, because I always kind of go by rule of thumb of what Al Kemmerer used to say, kind of take 10% of your total investment in your capital. And I mean, for $65,000 a year in operating, you can sure wash a lot of vehicles and pay for a lot of stuff on top of the 650,000 capital expenditure. So is there any way to get an idea of what annual operating costs would be for this wash bay?
I think the closest numbers that we could look at would be either taking the amount of car washes that goes, and we've pulled this before, that goes to the equipment that's assigned to that quadrant. We could definitely come up with the number there. And as far as operating, the county only operates 2 shops that have an operating wash bay in them. The ag shop over here has an operating wash bay in it that isn't used a lot. And then we have our one in Didsbury, which is used all the time. But to slice out what the cost is to run the wash bay out of like the Didsbury compound would be impossible.
Hard
for
to
us
say on
tell you.
capital maintenance and everything.
We could say that the majority of the water usage in Didsbury at our shop would be attributed to the wash bay, because there's only so many washrooms and so much hand washing that goes on there. But it would be us making quite a few assumptions on the activity level there for us to tell you that number. The only thing we could really tell you is how much it costs for us to wash the equipment in that quadrant right now.
Right.
Then even that though, because if the equipment's going to Didsbury, we're not recording that wash time either. So.
Okay. Is there any other questions for council on this one? No. I'm going to have to do a lot of thinking on this one. Maybe come back with something on the 11th. I don't know. I have to process the information I've just been provided. The discussion's always good. Okay, so if there's nothing further on this one, then I think what we will do is we'll break for lunch. We have a delegation coming in at 1, so it's up to council whether or not you want to come back at 12:45 and do some more of the budget before our delegation at 1, or whether or not you're comfortable to stay after the delegations and do budget after that. Just looking for some direction. Okay, 12:45, so we will plan to be back here at 12:45 then, and we can do a little bit more of the budget before our delegation at 1. Thanks, everyone. Excellent. So we will resume the regular council meeting of November 27th, and I think we have our sundry delegation here. So are you okay we had you on at 1, but if you're here, let's start early. So so we'll move back to 5.2 and invite the Sundry Library delegation to come forward. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm going to do just a quick introduction of council members so you know who you're speaking to, and then we'll jump right into your presentation. So Councillor Fulton, please.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Councillor, so surrounding Carstairs.
Tiffany Nixon, Division 4, so Bergen-Zella.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Peggy Johnson, Councillor Division 6, which is Eagle Hill, Eagle Valley, and Westford Hill.
Angela Albers, Division 5 in Reeve, so all around Sundry.
Alan Miller, Division 3, all around Didsbury.
Jennifer Letts, Division 7, so that's rural Olds area out to Nehill.
Welcome.
Nehill County line, sorry.
Welcome, Greg Harris, Division 2, and that's Cremona Water Valley area.
Excellent. So we'll pass it over to you and you can walk us through your presentation. Introduce yourself and then walk us through your presentation, please.
Good afternoon, Reeve Albers and councillors. My name is George Waldron. My wife Lisa and I are farmers in Mountain View County, and I am a board member of the Sundry Library. I am here today to represent our board, which consists of 9 volunteer members from our community. Of the 9 members, 6 of the members are newly appointed in the last 2 months. 3 of our board members are from the rural area, which represents a third of the board. They are farmers growing grain and hay, and like myself, they have a love for the library. The library is an important part of our rural community. It gives us the chance to access books, audios, and the internet. Our board members are volunteers who recognize the importance of the library to the community. We also recognize the excellent work of our manager, Joy, and I am here today to represent the board and show our support. Without further delay, I thank you for your time and turn it over to Joy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Albers and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit with you about what's been happening this year, over the last year, and to present our budget for 2025. 2024 was an exciting year for us. Since January, we've offered several new programs. We've welcomed some noteworthy partnerships and made several new community connections in our area. We've had a lot of new opportunities to shine as librarians and answering questions, and surprising questions at that. Questions such as, what is Sundry's elevation above sea level? Or, I'm new to the area, can you recommend a good Chinese food place? Or even, do you have a screwdriver to fix my glasses? So I'm pleased to report we were able to answer those questions and did have the right screwdriver to fix the spectacles. The library exists to offer far more than those simple answers to resident inquiries. The role and purpose of the library is meeting the needs of our communities. So to gauge our success in meeting those needs, it's helpful to look at what is actually happening in the library in terms of people, resources, and programs. 2023 was a building back year in terms of library memberships as we continued recovering from the decline we saw during COVID. This is holding true for 2024 with the continued upward trend accompanied by a distinct increase in active memberships. People don't just have cards, they're using them to interact with the library and borrow resources. As always, we continue to see many residents accessing services that don't require a membership, photocopy and fax services, one-on-one tech tutoring, and programming. 2023 circulation surpassed our 2022 circulation, and year-to-date numbers thus far indicate those circulation levels are consistent with last year. Of specific note is that circulation of our e-content is already up 20% year-to-date compared to year-end numbers from 2023. As to program offerings and participation, those numbers too are trending upward. In 2023, we noticed a significant increase in program attendance compared to 2022, which was part of that building back. But notice specifically that while attendance among adults was strong, children's programming attendance seemed to be lagging. This year, we've noticed increased attendance across all of our programming areas, but with a greater growth in attendance among children. So we're really pleased to see that. The library's strategic plan, our plan of service, serves as our roadmap that assists in our program planning and in our collection development. There are 5 areas of this plan. Those areas are nurturing young learners through early literacy, supporting residents to be informed citizens and knowing their community, supporting them in pursuing lifelong learning, and to do so while providing a safe and comfortable environment. Public libraries in Alberta are required to develop a plan of service every 3 years. 2025 will mark the end of our current strategic plan, and as such, this document will be revised and updated in the coming year, and a new plan in effect for 2026. The library offers many services that support the county's priorities for community well-being. This year, as I mentioned, we offered several new programs, have several new partnerships, and have made several new connections that are worth noting. The library is a safe, inclusive, and accessible place where many individuals and groups meet. Our spaces continue to be utilized by many familiar groups, such as our art groups, our interagency meetings that are hosted by Greenwood Neighborhood Place, and one-on-one private tutoring sessions. This year, we've also welcomed several new groups. River Valley School and Sundre High School, their wellness workers, have hosted a 4-part documentary series discussing the challenges of teens growing up in a digital age. McDougall Chapel hosted several English as a second language conversation cafes. The Sundre Citizens on Patrol Association hosted an open house night at the library. Primary Care Network offered some anxiety programs. Sundre Soccer Association held the registration night at the library, and the Moccasin House ran an Indigenous art event, just to name a few. We've also offered a wide range of programming geared to meet the physical, social, and intellectual needs of residents of all ages. Some of our regular programs have included Rhyme Time, Genealogy, our family gym time, and of course, the one-on-one tech tutoring. New programs have included Family Lego Club Afternoons. We have an armchair travel series, a Spice of the Month Club, a homeschool pen pal and art exchange program with our buddy library, and a backyard chicken information night. Teen Hangout has been revamped to become Teen Week, featuring mini golf and Nerf wars in the library after hours, and a monthly writers group has also been added. We continue to run a variety of larger community programs, such as our summer story walk that runs each year, and for fall, in particular, Alberta Culture Days and our Halloween extravaganza carnival games. The library remains a firm believer in the value of partnerships in helping build and serve our communities. Our Book Depot boxes continue to be part of many local businesses, and we contribute to the Greenwood Campground Little Free Library to help them kick off their summer season. The books are accessed by local residents and visitors to the area year-round. We partner with the museum for a few key events, and this year joined with them and Greenwood Neighborhood Place to offer some summer day camps for kids age 4 to 12. Our teen events we host in partnership with Mountain View Family Resource Network and The Den, and we continue to offer our library services and tech tutoring in Mountain View Seniors Housing Facility on a regular basis. Did you know that Sundre Library has a partnership agreement with our local schools? And so far, Sundre High School has saved $17,800 by borrowing our library items since that partnership agreement came into effect in early 2022. This year, we also joined with the Sundre Agricultural Society for programming that highlighted and drew attention to the annual summer fall fair that happens in town. We are also thrilled to partner with other Mountain View County libraries in 2 significant ventures. Our Books to Babies program is up and running and allows new parents and babies in Mountain View County over the next few years to receive an early literacy kit, helping get those little citizens off to a good start. And collectively, we were successful in receiving Community Adult Learning Program, or CALP, funding for a 3-year term. That grant, totaling approximately $95,000 per year for each year of a 3-year term, allows each library to expand their adult literacy programming in a way that best meets the needs of their community. In Sundre, that programming looks like expanded digital literacy training, some basic financial literacy programs, career and resume training, some ELL tutoring, and English practice opportunities. So what do residents have to say about the library? At a recent tech tutoring class at the Lodge, one participant emphatically shared their confidence that the library can get them anything they want and felt the library had established itself as a source of tech help among residents. A local parent wrote in about a day camp that her twins had an awesome time and were looking forward to coming back. They got a chance to make their very own Yeti at their Bigfoot themed program. In building our teen collection, we have consulted with Learning Commons staff at both schools in the area to ensure we're adding items that are of interest to our young people. A high school Learning Commons staff commented that they were very appreciative of our consideration of their students' interest in our collection development. As we look to 2025 and continuing our work, we anticipate our income to be a little over 7% higher than last year's budget, noting that includes a planned transfer from library legal reserves to help cover 2 specific legal and financial expenses that are due in 2025. Last year, we saw an increase in provincial operating grants. The funding from the provincial government will be held for the 2025 operational year. Expenses for next year are forecast to increase over 6%, due primarily to expenses flowing from the upcoming financial audit and union negotiations and the realities of salary grid movement. As with other organizations and businesses, we too have noted increases across the board on materials and services. While some areas have seen modest increases of 1% to 2%, others have consistently seen increases of between 6% and 8% a year over the last several years. In consideration of the budget, we do continue to look for and take advantage of expanding strategies to help increase those efficiencies and lower our expenses. One way is through accessing resources and support through the library system. The borrowing of Parkland's circulating audio and large print collection is one example of that. Other partnerships with the other libraries in Mountain View County has also allowed us to deliver important programs for our residents while taking advantage of economies of scale. The Books for Baby Literacy Kits is one example of that. And our community partnerships with other organizations and businesses have helped bring awareness to the library while allowing for those cost efficiencies and sharing of physical resources in the delivery of a wide range of programming. I invite you to take a look at the handout of our recent successes, some goals for 2025, and a recap overview of numbers and statistics for 2023. I would also like to invite you all to our 75th birthday celebration, which is happening on December 11th, as we recognize the long and storied history of the library. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. I'm going to open the floor to questions from council. Councillor Lutz.
I just have a question. Do you collaborate with other MVC libraries on strategic planning, or is it through Parkland, or do you guys ever meet as library folks just to share ideas? And I mentioned I'm on the Olds board, and it looks like you guys are doing some really great things, and I think Olds is doing some great things. So just wondered if the library managers, or if there's any synergy there.
Thank you, Councillor Lutz, for the question. The Mountain View County Library managers have a very good working group. We are in regular communication. We brainstorm when a new grant opportunity comes up. What can we do to work together? How can we apply? How would this work for our communities? So we are in regular communication, which is how the initiatives for Books for Babies as a joint effort came out, as well as the CALP funding. So we are really, really close with that. In terms of the strategic planning, that piece has tended to happen more individually with libraries as the board works to figure out what that strategic plan for that area is going to be. So there's been up till now sort of less collaboration from the strategic plan side, but in the day-to-day execution of the libraries, the county and municipal library managers work together quite often. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just in regards to the new website that Parkland rolled out, there's been quite a bit of challenge from Carstairs and Olds and other libraries actually going out and building their own websites now, because the Parkland one just isn't working for them. So I know, Sundar, you are in a different group through Parkland and the rest of the county, you're lumped in with, not lumped in, but grouped in with Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, so on. And the rest of the county is in a different group within Parkland for the person that sits on the board. So I just wondered if you had similar issues or challenges with some of the stuff, the website and other things from Parkland that the other library boards are concerned about. I know Carstairs has large concerns with some stuff, so.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton. The transition to the website has had some difficulties and challenges from the user side as staff becoming acquainted with it and with residents and area people engaging with the website. The feedback we have had from our community has been pretty limited in terms of their challenge. There's been a few comments in terms of more of our awareness of our website issues has been more from Mountain View County. We're not particularly close with the Caroline and Rocky View in terms of that kind of piece. So we are, I would say, interact more with the Mountain View County libraries. There has been some challenges. I know that there's been some initiatives and maybe looking at other ways to do that. That really hasn't kind of come up for us at this point. As I said, we haven't had a lot of feedback about it. We've kind of tried to work with what are people presenting us and can we work with it at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks for your presentation. I was interested to hear about the ESL work that you are doing with McDougall Chapel. I just wondered if you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. The ESL pieces that are happening through McDougall Chapel is actually an independent program. They're running that conversation cafe that was designed as an intermediate program where people maybe not beginner English, but maybe looking for more of that, a conversational English, but at more than a beginner level. They are, since then, have been looking at, can we add more of that beginner, but it's an independent program. They're just using the library space. As we're developing our ELL pieces, we have two components that we're looking at. One is something similar to a conversation cafe and that a social event where people can come and just practice English amongst people also learning English. That would have an opportunity for them to bring their children and have childcare available, as that can sometimes be a barrier for people who are learning English to be able to have some place safe for their children to go. So that will be one component of the library run ESL, ELL programming. The second piece is really working at that matching tutors to tutees. So people who are interested in helping others practice their English and those who want to learn. We have had a lot of interest in that piece specifically for the English language learning and I have 5 volunteers wanting to help people learn English. And we've had 3 so far who are really working to partner that and hook them up to learn that. So that we identified as a need for our area and are working on putting in those places. It's been a little bit slow going, getting that going, but those are the 2 branches that the library specifically will offer in response to that need.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe, sorry, Councillor Letts.
Just one other question. So are you unionized? To see a QP negotiations on there? And if you are unionized, how long has that been the case for the library?
Thank you, Councillor Letts. The staff of Sundre Library are part of a union. As to history, I've only been the manager for a couple of years. As to the best of my recollection, I believe it was early 2012, 2013 when that first became into the system. I could do some looking at and get you an exact year, but as far as I remember, it went back that far.
It's been a while back. I think I've sat on the library board for my first term and it was QP back then. So that would have been 2013, 2014. So probably right. Maybe just a question for George. I'm so happy to hear that you've had such an uptake on new board members. How are you finding the board orientation and getting up to speed with such a big turnover in the board? How has that been for you?
Well, it's been very interesting. Like, I've never been on a board and or a committee, but I enjoyed it. And the other 5 new members, they're young in the sense of being on the library board, but They have a lot of experience from previous businesses, which include, we've got some on the board that have just come on that are from the oil patch. They've worked with a lot of committees on that area. We've got board members that have worked with the Indigenous, working with the Athabasca University. I know they are so diverse. We've got farmers, we've got women who have kids that they homeschooled, and it became a part of the library. So because of the diversity that we have, we're very well-rounded. Now, as far as the training, we were able to get in with Parkland Regional Library. They offered some really good training on September 23rd, and we were able to get some of the new members, including myself and my wife, who is part of the Friends of the Library. So we were able to get quite a few of them up. We did a lot of courses up there. The courses that they offered us was amazing. I was very impressed. They gave us a great lunch. Afterwards, we were able to get our members over to the new building that Parkland built and got a tour. We got a really good understanding as to how the books are transferred from library to library. So Joy has already lined us up in January to do some more training. And as chairperson, I'm going to be pushing for more training. See, we have the maturity. I just believe we need some more training. And I realize that we have quite a few projects on the go this new year, but we're just ambitious to get right to it. So we're excited.
Well, that's wonderful. Your diversity in the board definitely shows in your collaborations and how you've grown that. So congratulations. It's quite a great story.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Is there any other questions for either George or Joy? Well, again, thank you. Mount View County is very proud to support all of the libraries that we have within the jurisdiction, and we're so thankful for dedicated staff and for also dedicated board members. And it's just wonderful to see that Sundre is thriving for their board members, because I know sometimes we struggle with that, and it's wonderful to hear.
Okay.
So good luck, and we look forward to your next presentation. It's always a highlight.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we do have a motion on page 34. Councillor Harris.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Oh. Yeah, no, it's the, maybe you're just gonna have to say this one, Councillor Harris, because this one says Parkland on it. Page 34. Oh, you need your mic.
Sorry, I move that council receive the Sundre Municipal Library presentation or as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, so we got 20 minutes to go back to budgets before our next delegation. So we ended on page 208. With respect to the wash bay. Is there any further discussion on the wash bay? Councillor Harris? No.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to make a bold move. Because I'm very concerned about the $650,000 on the wash bay and my inability to get my head around why we wouldn't continue to utilize the wash bays or the facilities that are currently there. I understand it's a $650,000 capital, which is large, but I'm also concerned about the additional operating that's going to come with this. And within facilities that are 10 minutes away, I don't know, I'm struggling with this one. So I'm going to move that council remove OS 2513 from the 2025 budget.
Just before you call the question.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to wait for Laura to put it on the screen. So no, this one's going to take some debate, or maybe not.
It's a question for you.
Yeah.
In the past, we did asterisks. Is there an opportunity just to have it as a hold with asterisks as, because to me, you balance the whole budget. So if we go ahead with some of the more expensive projects, maybe this is on the chopping block. So just wonder about how we asterisk projects instead of just removing them.
So I don't want to asterisk this one. I want to completely remove it. So for me, this isn't a matter of if we have enough money, we'll spend it, because I think we have enough money to justify spending it if that's what council wants to do. I just, I question the use of the funds in total. So let's see. Okay, so I'm going to read the motion. It reflects what I have said. So council, the motion is that council direct administration to remove the project sheet OS 2513 Old Shop Wash Bay from the 2025 budget. So I will open that up to discussion. Councillor Johnson.
So just a question for clarity. Did I understand, Ryan, that there is a wash bay here in the egg building that is used by occasionally?
Yeah, there's a wash bay in the ag shop over here that isn't connected, it goes to a pump out system.
So does it have dimensions that it could be used for things like snowplows? Could you get a snowplow truck with the wing on it in there?
Yeah, so the problem with using the wash bay over here is that it's not connected to any sort of municipal water or municipal sewer system, so you're just getting a truck to come pump out the tank all the time. The design, when they did this design, wasn't designed for us to come in with the snowplow trucks to do it. Physically, yes, you can drive a snowplow in there and you can wash it, but just operationally, it's just not feasible.
Okay, Councillor Letts.
Just a question on that. Has there ever been similar to Natuk, like increasing that tank or modifying the wastewater so it could accommodate more use?
I think talking with Christopher here, the wash bay over there was constructed for the ag department to use for ag stuff. It wasn't anticipated. Yes, of course you can put a bigger tank on there and you could change that whole setup there. But I think the other one too is that the wash bay over at the ag shop isn't just a dedicated wash bay. They're pretty much parking equipment inside that bay all the time too. So.
Okay, Councillor Miller.
So a question for Ryan again. So we're currently working on a project in Cremona, a new shop. Will there be a wash bay out there?
Yeah, we're anticipating putting a dual use bay in there. One of the bays would be utilized as a wash bay. We'd probably just string a curtain and put a hot sea in and work it that way there. And appropriately size the tank for that, but smaller equipment usage there than other places.
Okay.
Councillor Harris.
I know this is a very high number, but my concern is that the longer this is delayed, the more we're spending money with no return other than the wash at the time. I'm very concerned about maintaining our equipment, knowing what sand and salt does to them and the amount of time that operators waste going back and forth. I think over the long term, this will pay benefits to us where continuing to depend on the private sector may not. Car washes get sold, they go out of business. they close and then we're faced with the same thing at probably much higher costs down the road. So to me, I think this is a good investment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, I'm not gonna support removing this. If you take 650,000 divided by 40 years, like that's not overly optimistic. That's 16,250 a year cost spread out over 40 years. So like 650 is not, in my mind, a large investment to build a purpose-built wash bay. Like you want to be efficient and get stuff in and out as opposed to running it all the way from Olds down to Disbury. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think we can do this. And I'm confident that, I think the little more shaking of the trees will come up with a contractor and a little more reasonable price for the size of building that we can build there to suit the purpose. So.
Okay, Councillor Nixon.
Just curious how much money we've spent working towards this wash bay, engineering, quotes, all that stuff.
Any expenses that we've incurred on this, Jen's crushing it right now, trying to find it.
Sorry.
But we haven't endured any expenses on this. Anything that we've done, maybe hundreds of dollars.
Okay.
There is no
No big
engineer on
dollar
this.
figure attached to it.
No, when we put this out to, on the Alberta Purchasing Connection, it was design build. We said, this is what we want. This is the size of shop or the size of wash bay we want. These are the things that we want inside the wash bay. How much does it cost you to design and build it? The only thing that we have done in preparation for this is get the development permit from the town of Olds. So, and we did some very, very high level drafting with one of our consultants just to get a nice map done up for the town. So that's it.
Okay, is there any further debate on the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Just following up on Councillor Lutz's question, I'm just trying to think of some common ground other than yes, we do it or no, we don't. Is there any other way to come back at this?
Well, my motion is to remove it from the 2025 budget. So if council does this, then they can choose to give direction to bring it back for 2026 or not bring it back. But my motion is to take it out of the 2025 budget. Councillor Lutz.
So the concern on operational costs, I think is valid just on the water costs alone. I always hear from Olds ratepayers, the cost of water bills. And I know we pay for car washes, but we'll be paying for heating, we'll be paying for water and stuff too. So without more idea on operational costs and savings, it's a hard one to figure out.
Okay, any further debate on this? Okay, if not, I am going to call to question. All in favor of the motion? And opposed? And that motion is lost. All right, Jen, on to the next one.
Okay, so the next project up for discussion is the electronic signboards. This is $70,000 proposed to be funded through the Bridge and Road Reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Just a question. We've seen how we do our fleet where we use it front line, second line, third line. And I see that we use these for more for communication and ag purposes in the sense of advertising events and that sort of thing. Is there a possibility, it says near their end of life. I don't know what near is defined as months, years. Is there a possibility of getting the two new boards, but reassigning these, say, to the communications or ag side so that they have exclusive use of them? Because I know in the winter or the summer construction season, these things are all out on construction projects. So I don't think they're available for communication. So just curious about repurposing these. They're not essential for safety if they're just broadcasting about an event or putting out county information. Not everybody in the county gets to drive out to the number 2 highway and go up and down and see those signboard or the overhead boards. So, and I don't know who's going to answer that. Maybe Christopher. Is it something that could be used in a secondary role?
So maybe Ryan, if you can explain one thing to further up to that, what is the anticipation to do with the two boards that are currently in there? Do we sell them or what do we do with those?
No, we will keep the other two boards. We're just gonna, like the same as the traffic counters, because these aren't super expensive. We're just gonna keep them till they don't work anymore.
Okay, so then following up to Councillor Harris's question, what would we use them for if,
What our anticipated use for these is to use them for public works. We always, when any one of their departments like ask us to advertise for an open house or that, we always make sure that we can get them or we rent some or we'll do something like that. But we weren't anticipating having two dedicated to community advertising. We can always buy more too.
thanks for that.
Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Harris.
And you want a wash. Based on the answers, then it negates my question. I just want to
Yep.
have them around and not sell them off and.
So then
That's good.
the understanding is, Ryan, that we retain those two, and then if we need them for any kind of community engagement or any kind of advertising, and then Christopher's department has access to them, or Margaretta's department has access to them as well. Yeah, okay. Councillor Harris, does that answer your question?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions on this? Is there anyone who would like to put a motion forward to buy more? No, just kidding. Sorry, Councillor Miller.
Just a comment. I know I'd asked for a sign recently. I had some residents concerned about a high-risk intersection. And I know it was great. They showed up right away. There were some major concerns and it helped appease the residents. So we do use them and it's great to have them.
Excellent. Jeff?
I just had a technical issue and
Okay,
spilled water on the microphone,
Oh.
so that's why it's on.
Okay,
It
sorry.
may or may not work in the future.
all right, thank you. All right, Jen, on to the next one, please.
Okay, the next project sheet is on page 211, and it is the gravel pit engineering. This is proposed at $90,000. You'll notice there's a couple pits there, some are at 10 and some are at 20,000. Some of those $10,000 pits are in varying state of reclamation, but until we receive the reclamation certificate, we need to maintain those pit plans. And it is being wholly funded from the pit stripping and reclamation reserve.
Thank you. So these are actual provincial requirements for the pit plans, the 5-year pit plans?
5-year pit plans, code of practice, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this? On to the next.
Okay, moving on to our last project sheet on page 213, we have the ASP review for 2025, which has $5,000 allocated to Bearberry and $5,000 allocated to Bergen, being funded through the General Revenue Fund.
Is there any questions on this? Nope. All right, so maybe just before we leave the project sheets, we do have an opportunity to still have the discussion on December 11th. But it will be easier for administration if there are any that we want to consider pulling for December 11th. And then that will be direction that at least it won't be such a difficult thing for administration to prepare. So just looking towards council, if there is any other questions, concerns, or discussions to have on the project sheets that you'd like to have now. Councillor Johnson.
Just based on the discussion we just had about the wash bay, do we want to ask for additional information about operating costs and what is being done right now?
So I have we put the council motion forward to remove the project sheet and that was defeated. And so as far as I am concerned, the process has been closed out on that one and council wishes to move forward with that project. So I'm okay unless someone wants to put forward a motion to ask for additional information. We can entertain that as well. Okay. And so if there's nothing further on the project sheets, just looking to make sure I give enough time. Okay. And I believe this is good timing then because we have our next delegation here. Boy, you guys are all good today. It's just amazing. So just so we don't have to go between agenda items, are you okay to proceed a couple minutes early? Excellent. So with that, we will move back to our 5.3, and that's the Mountain View Regional Film Office report. And with that, I would ask our delegation to come forward. The mics should be live. There we go. And so before you start your presentation, maybe I'll just do a quick round of introductions so you know who you're speaking with. And we'll include staff this time for sure. So Shelley, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Shelley French, Communications.
Jennifer Gudgeon, Manager of Finance and Accounting.
Kelsey, Finance Analyst. Laura Campmans, Executive Assistant.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Counselor.
Tiffany Nixon, Division 4.
Peggy Johnson, Division 6.
Good morning, Angela, or good afternoon, Angela Albers, Division 5 in Reeve.
Hi there, Alan Miller, Division 3.
Hi, Jennifer Lutz, Division 7, which is Olds and surrounding area out to the Nihil boundary.
Yeah, welcome Greg Harris, Division 2, that's out Cremona Water Alleyway.
Good afternoon, Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, Margareta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Good afternoon, guys. Chris Ratchin, Director of Legislative Services.
Ryan Morrison, I'm the Director of Operational Services.
Wonderful.
Over to
Thank
you.
Thank you so much. My name is Christian Roberts. I'm the CEO and Managing Partner of Nordicity. And
I'm Brian Christensen, Senior Analyst at Nordicity.
we are two of the members of this of the project team that have been working with staff in the county and also in Didsbury and Sundre for to prepare a strategy for the Mountain View Regional Film Office. And so I will be presenting some high-level findings from that study today. I would point out just that it is ongoing, and that so you'll see some recommendations, but there are some I's to be dotted and T's yet to be crossed. If we could just proceed through the next slide.
Thank you. And just if it's all right with you, I see you've got it in all your slides from 1 to 7. Are you all right if we stop after every major category and ask questions, or would you like us to hold them to the end?
However it pleases the council. I'm just mindful of our time slot.
That's all right. Thankfully, lucky for you, I chair this, so you're fine.
Just trying to abide by the 10 minutes that we've been afforded, but any more questions, happy to do.
All right, there you go. Okay.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, are we going to stop after every? I'm good either way.
Looking at council, is it more convenient to ask questions after every? I think that's the way we'll proceed.
Sounds good.
If I don't throw you off.
Oh, all good. So the first like to start is just some background on the film industry in general in Alberta. So you are next to the county is next to the 4th largest filming jurisdiction in Canada, which is Calgary, which drives about 5,000 jobs to Southern Alberta, which is defined differently by different people in Southern Alberta. About $500 million per year in economic activity, and with about 500,000 square feet of converted studio space available in and around the southern part of the province. It has attracted some brand name productions, Winona Earp in Didsbury, Last of Us, all around the province, and some others. So the point is that film is indeed big business, and the ultimate goal of the strategy is to drive guest productions to the region. So I guess we'll stop here for any questions related to the economic potential.
It's all right. We'll keep going until we get down to your 1 through 7.
Sounds good. Okay, so next slide, please, then. So the underpinning of this strategy is to create a film-friendly jurisdiction. That film friendliness can create economic impacts directly through spending on things like permitting, and by engaging with local businesses, be they catering or whatnot. Thereby stimulating jobs, economic growth. That can also lead to infrastructure, as you start seeing even a sound stage now being created in Didsbury. And then again starts to snowball into things like screen tourism, which you will again already start seeing as it relates to the Winona Earp property. The principle of film friendliness, though, is an international standard for film and television productions, which generally means catering to producers that are guest producers in a given jurisdiction. The best way I can describe the production community is that they are professionally lazy, in that they will always go to the path of least resistance, meaning that those jurisdictions that provide the easiest sort of use case for that production will tend to attract the most productions. And indeed, that underpins the entirety of our strategy. Next slide, please. So we're often asked when we do these sorts of strategies, okay, well, why us? What is the unique selling proposition? And there are two principal. One is the proximity to Calgary, and it's not just geographic proximity. Indeed, there is a provincial tax credit which offsets a certain portion of the cost of production, labor costs related to production, and there's a rural and remote bonus which kicks in basically at the border of Mountain View County. So it's ideally positioned to take advantage of this sort of additional, add on to the existing tax incentive. At the same time, there are a diverse array of film-ready locations across the region, from natural landscapes to more urban locations. And unlike what is true in provincial parks, there are fewer regulations. What happens quite often is that film producers will see from around the world, they'll see Alberta, they'll see a picture of Banff, like, let's go there, or go to Jasper or something. And then when they arrive, they realize that there's a lot of restrictions on what you can do there, and it's actually quite expensive to operate in those jurisdictions. So you have that going for you as well. So overall, the vision is to create a virtual film office or to build on the existing virtual film office to serve the region, both the county and it's potentially reaching out into other adjacent locations, while balancing both the needs of the industry and local communities as we do so. And I believe this is the end of segment one. So we'll pause here for questions.
Are there any questions? No, we may come back to this one.
Sounds good. Okay, so we have 7 areas of recommended actions. I think we're hovering between 25-ish specific actions that relate to these areas, but they are presented in sequence. So as into random order, this is do A, B, C, D, and E in that order. And of course, we'll provide some highlights for each, given the time. We're not going to read them all out. So we'll go very quickly through the recommendations. Next slide, please. The first is really standardizing and streamlining the policies that film productions look for when they enter any jurisdiction. As an example of that is just road closure permits. If you have 5 different road closure permits and you're trying to film in 5 different locations, that adds sandpaper to the mix. And if you're professionally lazy, you won't go there. You'll just, I only want to do something that's easy. The next step, just moving on. Next slide, please. Is record keeping and data collection. One of the questions we get asked a lot is, well, what's the baseline? Where are we growing from? With no standardized record keeping, it's very difficult to answer that question. We know anecdotally that some productions exist, but every time I ask more questions, I find another little production here or there. The way to do record keeping is to have permits. So that's why it's after permitting. Next slide, please. At the same time, there's also an element of communicating with the public, notwithstanding the sort of civic pride generated by attracting brand name productions. There's always more myths about what it means to have a film show up. Well, one of the persistent ones is that if you attract a film with Tom Cruise, you're going to see him on the street. This is not how it works. So when they don't see him on the street, they're like, you promised me Tom Cruise, and I didn't, and I got like a truck. And so that kind of disconnect maintains. Next slide. Once all the underlying conditions are met, you can begin to attract more resources because then there's more of an economic rationale to do so, be they through economic and tourism opportunities or through applying for more grants, such as the one paying for this study. At that stage, it may make sense to unify and expand the film office to include more than the jurisdictions that initially formed it. And so part of our mandate is to understand what that structure could look like, and I can speak to that if council should have some questions. Next
So
slide.
just on that one, if you, because this is a big one, I think, for council, it's an interesting one. So on your number 5, offer and recruit memberships to surrounding municipalities in and around Mountain View County. Can you explain how that would work and what the benefit to Mountain View County would be, but more so what the benefit to someone else would be?
So the first point there is an excellent point, and I agree that it is a critical point. So from an outside perspective, looking at Mountain View County and seeing that Mountain View County and two jurisdictions within Mountain View County, but not all the jurisdictions in Mountain View County are participating in this film office and therefore have standardization, record keeping, and all that other benefits, looks a little weird. It is a disincentive to want to engage with the jurisdiction. So having a more contiguous set of potential locations is really important. So from an outsider perspective, it just makes for a better sales package. The other thing is, as I reminded, I may remind the council that one of the key selling propositions is the diversity of locations. The kind of price of admission would be you add to the pool of diverse locations. Unfortunately, that is true around the county. We have spoken with some municipalities and some interested municipalities, and how it would work to try to address that portion of the question would be something around a membership model. The reason that makes sense is because they seem to want to just get the playbook of how do I do this? What are the permits I need to have? What are the bylaws that need to be enacted? How do I keep those records? Rather than having to go through all the work of having to sort of develop all that material themselves. And as a quid pro quo, they would have to pay some fees to help support and maintain the office. But we've stuck that part after you do all of the background work to begin to attract some sort of, let's say, passively attract more film production. So it's not something that we recommend be engaged tomorrow.
Okay.
Does that sufficiently answer the question?
Yep, we'll roll through it and then come back to it if we have to.
Okay. So moving on to the next slide, assuming that one has a robust film office at this stage, it makes sense to begin or to continue building on relationships. And I say provincial relationship building because the two key relationships are with the Alberta Film Commission and Calgary Economic Development, as those organizations are already in market around the world trying to attract productions to Southern Alberta. And if Mountain View County can be added to that offering in a more obvious way, more production will end up here. Finally, the last area of interest, number 7, please, next slide, is communicating with industry. And really, this is where one pushes you have all the things, you have the relationships in place, you're ready to expand production, and now you can start pushing the wares, if you will. And then the last slide before the end of this section is the potential scenarios. So we presented a kind of walk before you run, two-step process. First is those fundamental steps, which allow for this sort of passive attraction of filming, record keeping, standardization, and communicating with the public, not quite in that order. And then at that stage, it makes more sense to start, investing in the film office. The costs you see here, I should point out, are not incremental. They're just costing of the various recommendations that comprise these sort of groups of recommendations. Pause again for questions here.
Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, I had one on the scouting, arrange meetings and establish relationships with local areas. So if I was watching this YouTube video and I have a really beautiful spot that I'd like to, offer up as a location, how would somebody in the county make those connections? And what I think is beautiful maybe isn't what a scout might think was beautiful.
I mean, that's why a film office is important, because you need to have somebody to call, and that needs to be relatively clear. So part of communicating with the public is ensuring that should you have one of those locations, there is a place for you to call, and there is a pathway to adding your location to the Real Scout list. So from a workflow perspective, the website is great, but the real kind of calling card is this thing called Real Scout, which is a platform on that the province and the film commissioners use to sell film locations. So getting the right up-to-date, well curated, depictions of those locations on that platform is one of the key roles of this film office. So in order to do that, you first need a film officer to call, or somebody that's be part-time or at a participating jurisdiction. So that's generally how that would work. And then just to be clear, then the owners of those locations are compensated for the use of their use of their facilities by the productions directly.
Okay. So just looking at your scenario 1 and your scenario 2, so is there any way to do scenario 2 before you do scenario 1?
No.
Okay.
That's bluntly no. There are underlying conditions that need to be met. And so if I show up, I start building the film office and I don't have standardized and streamlined process, and I don't have good record keeping, and I haven't communicated with the public, there's a high likelihood that those resources will not be effectively used. I can't guarantee anything, and maybe it'll be perfect, but it is unlikely to succeed.
Okay. Is there, I think there's,
There's one more
yeah,
slide.
let's go through the last slide and then we'll go
All right,
back to
I'm
questions.
almost on time.
No, you're
All right.
perfect. We've been asking you
So
the wrong way.
Also in our mandate was to explore the creation of what at that point was a film festival. I think it has evolved over the course of our engagement to a film-focused event or activation, one that is that will introduce the region as film friendly, but it really is focused on local and I would say adjacent talent. Let's say from post-secondary institutions, emerging filmmakers, from Indigenous communities, take your pick. And almost conceiving of it as a combination of a film festival and a conference, but for grassroots, local-ish filmmakers. And we've provided some steps that you might have to undertake to get there. But and one of the I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed is exactly where this would fit in all of the preceding 7 steps that we've gone through. Not yet sure.
So with respect to the film festival, and I've never attended one, but I think I hear what they are is people come and they show their films, and that's essentially what the whole festival is built around. What would we do, or what would a film festival look like in Mountain View County from everything you've seen, as far as what would we offer for a film festival? What's the purpose of it for Mountain View County?
Yeah,
and
an excellent
surrounding
question.
partners?
An excellent question. And so this is why we've moved away from the concept of a straight up film festival, because to be blunt, I don't think a film festival makes a lot of sense. Like straight up film festival where you try to attract, you curate a bunch of films from around the world, you bring it to a jurisdiction. There are enough of those in and around Southern Alberta, ranging from Calgary Underground Film Festival to those at Banff Mountain Film Festival. There are a variety of them around, and they're difficult business. So we have pivoted the idea to one that is more about learning a learning opportunity for emerging filmmakers to learn how to turn their passions into business or into more of a market oriented career path. The portion of our mandate is to provide the best possible film festival route. And so I would say that if you had $100 to spend, and if you were going to spend it on a film festival or on a film office, and you had to make that pick, the better choice would be to put that $100 into the film office and try to attract guest productions. But our mandate was to explore this option.
Okay, and so you're talking more of, instead of a film festival, what I've heard you kind of describe is more like a educational conference?
Yeah, but sort of but with still some film expo, with still exposition of films or exhibition of films, but by more emerging film talents rather than trying to attract mountain-based films from around the world, as is the case for the Banff Mountain Film Festival. Excuse my stutter. Again, it is so to your question, what is the benefit? Film producers tend to come to regions where something is happening. It's a lot harder to pitch, come to my jurisdiction and film and make a film if there's no activity already happening there. So why would I go there? What's happening? But if there is something that is already happening there, and if there's some activity, then it makes that pitch somewhat easier.
Okay. Additional questions from council? Councillor Lutz.
Just, you'd mentioned about working together with all jurisdictions within Mountain View. We're just working on another project with Invest Olds, and it's a little bit even more regional. Do you see that as maybe next steps, or is that already happening?
We've had some of those conversations already with some folks in neighboring counties. And again, I come back to this sort of price of admission is you add to the pool, right? And if Clearwater, Clearview, I forget exactly. Clearwater, there you go, I got it right the first time. Clearwater County has some conversations with Clearwater County and some jurisdictions. And they can add to the pool, right? And so there is, to more directly answer your question, of course, opportunity to extend beyond the county itself, which is why the film office is the Mountain View Regional Film Office to begin with. So it is at its core a more regional play. And the more things you can offer, the easier it is for the film commissioners that go to market to find one of those, find a connection to for one of the productions that they're talking to.
And just on that note, what's our closest regional film offices to this one?
There aren't many. There aren't any, to my knowledge, in Alberta yet. There are a number of regional film offices that exist in BC. The natural question and the follow-up to that question is why not? Why aren't there any? And the tax incentive that exists is only a few years old. And so as a consequence, the regional bonus of that tax credit is also only a few years old. So the market traction of getting people out into the regions in Alberta is only a few years old. So now is sort of when you would expect regional film offices to begin to form after some film starts happening. You're like, oh, well, we want more of that. So let's see how we can build a strategy to do so.
Councillor Harris.
So I'm curious, I'm seeing here to grow and attract more people into it. How do you balance that with the innate competition that comes with similar jurisdictions, part of the same office, and all of them would like all or at least the bulk of the production?
It's an excellent question. One that's come up several times in this consultation. It happens particularly when you start talking to the finance people. They're like, but I want all the money. And it's fair enough. It's a fair enough point, but there's sort of a precondition to the notion of a regional film office is you have to adopt the all boats rise mentality. You could, because the best offering to attract anybody to the region at all is to offer the broadest possible offering of different kinds of locations so that a film production can be efficient and go, okay, I need an interior shot here. I need to go have, film in a town here, and I need to do a broad, farm perspective over here. If one cannot or does not adopt that all boats rise mentality, it just doesn't work. So that's a choice for the participating councils to make, is that they have to adopt it.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Johnson.
Thanks for your presentation. I agree with your reasoning that taking the path of least resistance, I can understand why people would do that. But I'm trying to understand, on page 53, you also talk about establishing acceptable use policies for publicly owned lands. And I'm understanding that in taking a path of less resistance, why, having something in the national park might be difficult, because no doubt they have a lot of very specific rules. But do you have some idea what the acceptable use policy for publicly owned lands like in Clearwater County or here in Mountain View County, what those policies might look like?
Specifically, it's, I'll give you examples of what that means. Like, can you have gunfire on publicly owned lands? So sometimes the real life example is that happened in Didsbury, and it was right next to the courthouse. So they had to figure out what the policy, what policy, was that permissible? And if so, what are the rules around it? Does it have to happen when the courthouse is not in session? Quite often, high schools in the summertime are used as locations. What can you shoot in a high school? And what is an acceptable use in a high school? Can you do a horror movie in a high school or not? Those are questions that acceptable use policies cover. So first of all, one needs to have one. And the second of all, that needs to be consistent. Because if I have to have 5 different or 7 different acceptable use policies, and I can use this high school for that, but not this high school for the same purpose, that starts to become a disincentive. So that answers your question.
And just maybe with respect to expanding the membership, because I know this is something that has been talked about. How difficult do you think that is with the streamlining and standardization with the more you expand out and making sure that you still are getting that streamlining and standardization?
It works better with a membership because then there's a playbook. And essentially you're saying, if you want to participate, here are all the things that you need to do. So that there is a there's a group of standardized policies that it becomes easy to adopt for new members. So we've started to do some, I would call it very high level market testing in those potential municipalities. And perhaps to a little bit of my surprise, that seems to be, at least at this stage, their preferred path is just tell me what to do. Like if I need to, I want, yes, more film sounds good. I don't want to have to go through the work of figuring out what those policies should be. So just, just tell me what to write. As long as it doesn't, of course, contravene any existing policies. And for the most part, as we've looked, a lot of these policies are simply lacking. They just don't exist yet. So it allows for easier adoption.
Okay, maybe just two more quick questions on your page 53. What is paid duty offices for film production mean?
There's they're missing an R. Paid duty officers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
That makes it clear. Thank you.
Sure.
And then
Apologize for the typo.
on number 6, where it says work to increase the number of Mountain View County locations, is that in response to your first thing of bringing in more of the public in their private lands and stuff? Is that what that kind of?
To a degree, yes. There's existing disconnect between the Mountain View locations that are on the website and those that are in that Real Scout platform I was referring to earlier. To Councillor Lutz's question, the website is not where film producers go to look for what is available in and around the county. They have a specialized platform for that purpose, and there is some disconnect between what has already been produced for the regional film office and what is being looked at by potential productions. And so it's a simple kind of streamlining the process between getting it up on the website and getting it onto into that platform.
Okay. And then my last thing is just, I want to make sure I heard this correctly. In your professional opinion, we would be better to focus on the membership within Mountain View County. So our urban partners, prior to expanding that membership out, that would look better to the wider audience.
I don't think it's a mutually exclusive option. I think that it is a little it is a little strange from an outsider perspective, notwithstanding that I come to understand why it is this way, that not all of Mountain View County is participating in a Mountain View Regional Film Office. So, and it looks not easy, to Councillor Johnson's point about the path of least resistance.
Okay. Excellent. Is there any other questions? So there is value in this.
In my professional opinion, there is value in creating a professional film and in creating the conditions under which film productions can be attracted to the region.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. With that, thank you very much. Brian, is there anything you wanted to say? We didn't ask you. I feel like I should have asked you something.
That's all right. I'm the local. I'm in from Edmonton. Christian's in from out of province. So
Okay.
So anyway, I don't have anything to add to Christian other than happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your presentation and thank you for your professional insights.
Our pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Councillor Lutz.
I move that council receive the Mountain View Regional Film Office delegation as information with lots of further action to be taken, but not by us. No further action to be taken.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. With that, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Back to Jen on the hot seat, 9.3. Jeff.
Yes, I think we're on page 214. So Jen, do you want to continue on through that?
Sure. So moving on to the consolidated statement of operations and the operating budget. And I will just note that all of the operating projects that have been presented under project sheets have been incorporated in this budget already. So they are fully reflected. We'll just run through the statement of operations quickly, see if there's any questions before we move into all of the department specific worksheets. So for 2025, we are anticipating the return of the pipeline and well tax holiday should be over. So we're expecting the return of that revenue. As well, we've increased about $7,000 to account for some small adjustments there in the provincial policing. And that's generating about $549,000 in additional revenue for the year. The offset to that is that we do have a little bit of a reduction there in return on investments with the declining interest rates that we're seeing in the market. As well, we have some less government transfers for operating. So you can see that revenue as a whole is relatively unchanged with a slight decrease of $8,000. Total expenses for the year have increased by about $316,000, and you can see each of the increases there by department. Assets transferred to other municipalities. This is reflective of those two RAV purchases that we're making. And then gain loss on sale of assets. That is the funds that we're expected to bring in, the proceeds from the sale. And then we've got $4.1 million there in government transfers for capital, which is summarized on the coming pages. Was there any questions kind of as a whole before we move into more detailed?
Nope, let's move into the details.
Excellent. On the next page, I have included a small summary there of changes since it was brought forward to the council budget workshop. Just a couple small changes. We did add the mechanic apprentice funding this year, as well as some small consulting dollars for the road inspections. And once we balanced everything out, we realized that we were a little bit off on that music education, although that one's going to change yet again, just to pull that reserve funding off, which we've now utilized. And then we can move down to the next page, which is the summary of revenues. So everything is itemized here, and I'm not going to go line by line, but if there's anything specific that anybody wants to look at, we can certainly discuss it. So sale of goods has increased by $35,000. Sale of services has gone up 70. There was an increase there to the dust control, just based on the trend that we've seen over the past couple of years. That budget has been relatively unchanged for the revenues, so we did increase that. $24,000 more in fees and levies. That is largely due to an increase there in long-range fees, again, just based on historical and trending data. Return on investment has decreased fairly significantly at $292,000. Rentals has gone up. We saw some increases there in the county land rentals of $35,000. And under recoveries, the notable change there would be that $100,000, and that's those two $50,000 recoveries that we're going to receive from the towns. Down below on government transfers for operating, the intern grant will be complete in 2024, so there is no government funds coming in for that. And in 2024, we also received a top-up of funds, or a doubling of MSI that we applied here, and those funds have been expended, so we're just looking at the sole contribution of 163 for the year. Revenue as a whole, did anybody have any questions or concerns?
Okay, council, no.
On the next page, you've got a summary of all of the government transfers for capital. So we have seen an increase in 2025 in our LGFF, which was formerly the MSI, although we are expecting a slight decrease in 2026. We have allocated the $206,000 there for the STIP. That is for the Sundre lighting project. We're hopeful and optimistic that we will get the grant. Sorry, I skipped right by it there, but the CCBF, which was the formerly the federal gas tax, has decreased by about $12,000 with the negotiation of the new contract with the federal government. In 2024, we also had an unknown grant that we had applied for some work out at the airport of 844. Obviously, that at this time has not been brought forward. If that project is proposed to come forward to 2025, that will be done in early 2026 when we address all of the carry forward projects.
And sorry, what was that 844 for, Jen?
That was for, I believe it was the Sundre Airport road upgrades phase 1 and 2. Have that right?
We were trying to get access taxiway and airside, non-airside to the new lots at Sundre Airport that we approved that last year, I believe.
It was approved, but it was approved with an asterisk and it was conditional on a grant. And at this time, we've not found one or been successful.
Okay. Christopher?
Yeah, just for clarification, your worship. So the project that Councillor Fulton is talking about, we completed last year, which was the airside, groundside to the new lots. This project was to look at upgrading the rest of the roads that were in there. There's some that are gravel, some that are chip seal, falling apart, et cetera, that we asterisk and don't have any plans to proceed with at this point in time unless some grant dollars become available. So I think it's just sitting on the books if I'm hearing Jen correctly.
Okay, so we were never successful with this grant,
That's correct.
and there doesn't appear to be any direction to apply for the grant again, because we're going for the CAP grant now with the Sundre Lighting. Is that correct?
Yeah, so for 2025, there's no plans to proceed with any grant applications for this project specifically.
Okay.
This also ties into council's lobbying efforts around expanding the CAP eligibility to allow for these types of projects to fall under CAP, because right now they don't.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on that? No, all right, Jen?
Okay, and then the next page is the 9% intermunicipal funding summary. We allocate 9% of our total taxes to support library and recreation culture in the towns and municipal partners, with the remainder going to the intermunicipal reserve and the Cremona Intermunicipal Reserve. This is just a summary of those allocations. And then on the next page, we do have the reserve continuity schedule. And one thing to note, it was identified a slight error there in that beginning balance. So it will be corrected for the next iteration of the budget. Everything that was included in the 15-year long-range plan is correct. Okay. And then moving into the individual departments, we've got council. The council operating budget has increased by $36,000 overall, and this increase includes a $12,000 increase for council payroll related to meetings and other council activities, including SDAB and MPC. Additionally, as 2025 is an election year, there is an additional $13,000 in costs for strategic planning sessions and consulting.
How much? 13,000?
13,000.
So is that, just looking at, is that sufficient for what we spent in the first year of the last term or this term? It seems low to me for the strategic planning and everything else that goes with that.
You're correct, Reeve. That cost would be a bit low, but I think there's some other consulting fees that are in the budget regularly that we would combine with this extra amount for the enhanced strategic planning process.
Okay,
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on this? All right.
Okay, moving on to CAO services. CAO services operating budget has been reduced by $45,600. This includes a $30,000 reduction in disaster services and a $25,000 reduction in legal fees. Additionally, the 2024 budget included non-recurring projects of $8,000 for Biz Trainer implementation and $8,000 for the satellite shop AEDs, both of which have been removed for the 2025 year. These reductions are slightly offset by increases to wages and benefits, along with general adjustments based on current spending trends. Any questions or concerns on CAO?
No.
Okay. Moving on to corporate services. And starting with finance, the finance department budget has decreased by $342,800. This reduction is primarily due to a reorganization of some staff time between the finance and assessment departments, which includes the reallocation for the tax piece. So it's now the tax and assessment department as one. So you will see a comparable increase to the assessment department when we move into them. Additionally, there was about a $25,000 decrease in shared office supports, and then $26,000 to cover general tax collection, tax mailouts, and all of that, which has also been reallocated. The debenture interest, so that's the interest on the senior housing loans, has decreased by 45.8 as those loans are repaid over time. The assessment budget has decreased by $252,000. This is mostly due, again, to that just reorganization of the staff.
Sorry, increased, right?
Increased, yes, sorry, excuse me.
No, that's fine.
Was there any questions on these two before we touch on business services?
No.
Okay, business services budget has increased by $233,500. This includes about $115,000 for system software and licensing increases, $21,000 related to voice and data communication. That's the new VoIP phones. So just to note, we used to spread these costs across the organization. With the way that the new billing has come in, we've chosen to centralize them under business services. So you're seeing a fairly significant increase to them, and then little reductions across the board.
Councillor Lutz.
Can we go back to the assessment, the budget tax
Sure.
assessment? Just that is quite a change. Can you just explain that one on the admin costs?
Yeah, so it used to be finance and tax was one department, and now it's tax and assessment. So the staff time has been reallocated over to the assessment department. So you have a reduction in finance and an increase there in assessment. So the net increase is in line with any cost of living adjustments or benefit adjustments that we're seeing across the board. It was just a reallocation between the two departments.
Jeff?
Just a clarification, there's no change in the staff equivalents. We just moved them around for department reporting purposes.
Back to business services, and the $70,000 for the air photos has been added into the business services budget for 2025. Was there any questions or concerns on corporate services as a whole?
Councillor Lutz.
What's Ofcom mean?
Office
Business-
communication.
Office communication.
Councillor Miller.
So Jen, you highlighted the air refresh at 70,000, but we also do get revenue from that too when people come in and they ask for our services, correct?
So there has been some recoveries in the past couple years. Off the top of my head, I think it was about $7,000 that we saw this year or last year for some of our access to our air photos, and we would consider those under recoveries above. We don't budget for them specifically because they're not a guaranteed revenue source, but every dollar that we can bring in, we're happy to.
And how often do you ask for the air refresh?
So it's currently being proposed at a 3-year cycle. We've done it in the past 2 years, 4 years, and we've kind of found a happy medium, I think, for everybody is that 3-year piece.
Good. Thank you.
And it is in the long range plan, and it is funded through the office equipment reserve. Finally, we have waste management, which is decreased by $11,000. And this is for the fee for service for the Mountain View Regional Waste Management Commission. Moving on to planning and development. The planning department budget has decreased by $15,000 just due to some overall staffing changes and the proposed ASPs for the year. However, this is slightly offset by a $6,700 increase to equipment costs based on current year trends and spending. The development operating budget has only increased by $15,900, and this was just attributed to some general administrative service, or in order to maintain the general administrative service levels. Permitting. The permitting budget has had a slight increase of $9,400 to cover some additional administrative costs. Again, just looking at what our spending trends have been over the last few years and trying to keep up with those cost escalations that we're seeing. And the bylaw budget has increased by $34. I will note that in 2025, they had a transition, or 2024, excuse me, they had a transition between their vehicles. So there was a portion of the year where we were maintaining insurance and everything. That's been removed because of course they're in their new vehicle now. Was there any questions on planning and development?
Seeing none.
Okay. We'll move on to legislative, community, and agricultural services. The Legislative Services 2025 operating budget has increased by $119,000, and this includes $65.4 thousand to support the municipal election, and $54,000 to account for full staffing, including a return from maternity leave, as well as maintaining the municipal intern position for a second year.
And does this $65,000 increase, does this include the 35,000 or so that was required to create the voter registration list? Just, I think that's important because again, that came out of Bill 20 and that wasn't, that's not a municipal decision, but that's a provincial decision. Christopher.
It does. I guess just to clarify, the provincial decision is to have the voter list. How the municipality wants to do that's up to the municipality. So we don't necessarily have to spend the money for this software, which I think is almost necessary for us to pull it off. But it's not a cost that you'll see across every municipality because other municipalities might choose to do it a different way.
Okay.
But yes, there is a requirement provincial wide for the voter list.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to economic development. The economic development budget has increased by $3.8 thousand, and this is just reflective of the previous year's budget and the current economic development plan. For communications, their budget has increased by $34,000. We did discuss this one a little bit when we were looking at that communications position. This is largely due to that new position being added in and the removal of some of those advertising and consulting fees. And then there was $11,000 change to reflect staffing and training costs, as well as minor adjustments based on their current spending trends. And records management budget has been increased by $3.3 thousand just to maintain their current service levels. The patrol budget has changed by $25.7 thousand, and this increase includes $7.4 thousand to account for the increase to the provincial policing costs, as well as 17.4 in changes attributed to staffing and training increases. Was there any questions on these before we move on to community services?
And so again, just for clarity, that provincial policing, that $1.2 million in change, that is a direct flow through to the province.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to community services. The community services budget as a whole has had a very marginal increase of $619,000. You will see in there that there were some reallocations among the budgets, but overall it's relatively unchanged.
Okay. Councillor Miller.
So Jen, just a note on page 243, it stated an increase of $619. Oh, it just says 619 from 2024.
619, sorry about that. 619,000 would be excessive.
Okay.
My apologies. We're really getting out there in the community and making a difference.
We love that.
Yeah. Sorry about that. An awful lot of signboards for that. Okay, moving on to library and recreation. Those budgets have been increased based on the September cost of or CPI increases of 1.9%, and they increased by $4.6 thousand and $41,000 respectively. And then there's a very slight adjustment there for the Parkland Library grant support as well. The fire budget has been reduced by $329.9 thousand. $698,000 of this was coming from fire capital contributions to the urban partners, and $26,000 was from small fire capital. This reduction was partially offset by a $394.8 thousand increase in fire operating supports, which does include funding for a full-time fire chief position in Cremona. Are there any questions on the fire?
And so do we have our portion of the full-time fire chief for Didsbury already incorporated in these numbers?
Yes, the fire operating budget from Didsbury included the full-time fire chief position.
Okay, so we have two new fire chief positions in the 2025 budget.
That's
one
correct.
for Cremona and for Didsbury. Yeah. Okay.
And then FCSS has increased by $46,900, reflecting the full staffing, including return from maternity leave, with the FCSS grant funding remaining comparable to the prior year.
And sorry, maybe just back to the fire just for a second. This is a pretty big change for the county. I would expect on service levels to have now 2 full-time paid fire chiefs. Is there any communications on what that means for service level, what that means for anything, Christopher, that we can communicate out? I mean, there's definitely a benefit. We know there is a benefit.
Yeah, we can certainly communicate it out as part of our budget package that we do annually. As far as service level changes, it probably won't change a whole lot in the actual county, maybe some quicker responses because you have somebody sitting in a truck, those types of things. So
Right.
we can put together some information on, number one, that we are funding full-time fire chiefs in every fire department now, which is a change. And what that generally would mean for the public as part of our budget package.
I just think we spend a lot of money on fire, and it's obviously not something that people consider too much until there is a fire. So it's probably good to communicate just that we have that extra support now within the county. Okay, Councillor Miller.
And maybe not that we fully fund each fire chief. It's only a portion, right? We only kick in our share.
Right, in line with the fire services
Right.
agreement. Very good point. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agricultural services. So the agricultural services budget has increased by $129,000. The biggest increase there was $95,000 for the cost of increased cost to chemicals required to support the roadside spraying program. Service levels do remain consistent within this budget for the year. And the parks budget had a marginal increase of $196 just to account for some cost of living adjustments. And the land management budget has actually decreased by $54,000 due to the removal of a non-recurring project for the Pokar House demolition, which we saw in 2024.
Councillor Johnson.
So just a couple questions about the parks budget. So the parks budget just shows expenses, not incomes, correct? But there is some income from Western Hope Park?
Yes, there is. This budget is solely reflective of the expenses.
Okay, so the expenses for Water Valley Park of somewhere between 16 and 23K, that looks fairly consistent with what's expected going forward?
For Water Valley?
Yes.
I would say yes. I know that with the parks budget, there's certainly years where they have to spend a little bit more time in this park this year, a little bit more time in that park next year. But so it will ebb and flow a little bit every year, but these are fairly consistent of what the annual cost has been.
So from this point forward, Jen, are we just expecting to see one general parks budget instead of, that's what this is trying to tell us? We're no longer going to see it broken out by park?
That's exactly right. And just because of those changes year to year, it's difficult to estimate what we're going to spend. So from a budgeting perspective, we're going to budget one number to cover all of the parks. But from a reporting perspective, we're still going to show you on a year-to-year basis what it costs to maintain that specific park so that we can get that more granular information without looking at it and saying, well, you spent more than you thought here or less than you, right? It's one pocket of money and we'll spread it around as needed to maintain them.
Okay, so the main thing is council will still see the expenses per park.
That's right.
At the end of the year.
You'll still see this breakdown. You'll just see one line with budget and many lines with costs.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to operational services then. On page 256. Starting on 256. The operational services budget has decreased by $604,000. The key changes include $66,200 increase for the bridge maintenance program, an additional $27,600 for snow clearing, and this is offset by the removal of $696,500 for non-recurring railroad crossing projects from the 2024 budget, and a $111,000 reduction in the operating admin budget. And there is some broken down detail there below. Was there any questions on operational services?
Is that referring to the railway crossings that we're waiting for the government to open up their potential funding, so they're still there, just waiting.
They're still there, just waiting.
One of them was completed in 2024, so that was the one that was not optional. And then the second one that would be waiting on a grant will fall off the budget. We may bring it forward with carry forwards, but for this time, we're not anticipating it because we don't want to try to collect for it twice or anything. Okay, moving on to airports. The airport budget has increased by roughly $40,000, excuse me. And this is just due to higher costs associated with fuel sales. So there was a comparable increase above in the sale of goods revenues. And then the county shops budget has decreased by just under $2,000. And this is just based on some reallocations and 2024 spending trends. And that brings us to the end of the operating budget. Was there any questions or concerns on the operating budget as a whole?
Council, any questions? Seeing none.
Okay, so we've also included here the 2025 to 2029.
Thank you for joining us today. It was very exciting to have someone in the gallery when we're going through the budget. Thank you. I can't thank you enough for staying. Have a great day. Sorry, Jen, can you continue?
That's all right. We've also included the county long-range infrastructure plan, and 15 years of long-range plans are included there for the bridges, for the CLIP projects, equipment replacement, office equipment. They're all in here. Was there anything specifically that council wanted to address? They're there to support the overall budget.
So I just think that this document is probably one of the more important ones for new counselors to get access to right away when they start, just for the simple fact that it goes through every bit of infrastructure that we essentially own and operate. I just think it's such an important document for new counselors to have. So maybe you can reflect that in the municipal, after the municipal elections next time. Sorry, Jen, go on.
So I will direct your attention to page 295. And what we've added in here, if we could just scroll down a little bit there, Laura, we have added in here that current light fleet summary that was requested, just showing our light fleet equipment and then the department that it is assigned to. And this is just to support some of those discussions surrounding our equipment replacement, the replacement cycles and the useful lives and how they're being maintained.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, just want to thank you for this piece of information. I think this is the 8th year I've sat here and the first time I've seen it. So thank you for that.
I agree. The budget life cycle equipment cost is pretty awesome. Great information. Okay, any other questions on this? Jen, keep on trucking.
Okay, then on page 305, we have the 15-year reserve forecast. Each reserve here is attached with a summary of the additions and the withdrawals that are expected over the coming years. And then that page 305 is a summary of all of them, just showing how our reserve balances are going to decline over the coming 15 years. Did anyone have any questions on reserves as a whole?
No, seeing none.
That brings me to the end of the budget.
So just one question, that our reserve thing might change a bit if we, whatever the decision is on Acme Road, right?
That's correct.
If a portion of that becomes debt, that'll change the reserve forecast, right?
So depends on how we choose to go about it.
Yeah.
So if we fund through debt, we still need to fund that debt repayment. So then it would be up to council to decide if they want to fund that through general revenue on an ongoing basis, or if they want to fund it through reserves. If you funded it through reserves, it would look exactly the same, just take a little longer. If you funded it through general revenue, you would just be collecting a smaller amount every year to repay that debt.
It would actually look worse if we funded it through reserves because we would have to pay the interest.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Lutz?
Wouldn't we have to pay the interest either way? Not sure what you meant by that.
If we fund the 16.6 million partially out of reserves, I can't remember what the portion is that would be interest on top of that, that isn't included if you would pull the lump sum out. So you would have to somehow account for the interest repayments that if you paid for it right up front. Because we don't see the interest accrual in the reserves, but you would see the interest reduction in the reserves, or the interest payments in the reserves. Is that correct, Jen?
That's right. I mean, if you take the debt out, it lightens your cash burden today, but it will probably cost you more in the long run, right? If you take those funds and invest them, right, the funds that we would otherwise spend, or maybe that's not the right way to look at it. If you borrow the money, there's less of a demand on some of our long-term investments that we currently have that are at very attractive rates. And so it allows us to keep those funds invested at those rates and continue to recover those interest revenues, which would help to offset the interest expense on the loan.
Yeah. Okay. So that was a lot of information. We've seen it twice before. Just looking to see whether or not, so this information with the council motion to remove the one project sheet will be updated and brought back for council's consideration for a final decision on December 11th. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes, that is the plan.
Okay. And so is there anything else that council would like to see or like to discuss or debate prior to the 11th? We can still make changes on the 11th for certain. It just becomes a little bit more challenging for staff to make those and then show us at the meeting. But it can be done, but the more we can get done today, the better. Councillor Fulton.
So I guess just to keep things moving ahead, if the project sheet is still in for the Acme Road, but we have not discussed funding. So we're going to leave that till the 11th and then discuss funding, and then all the sheets will have to be updated if we choose to go away from reserves and into some finance.
Yeah, so I'm still, I gotta admit, I'm still a bit confused on the borrowing bylaw, because I don't think we need to make that decision until 2026. So I'm still not sure what we would be looking for as part of the budget. Maybe you can explain to us, Jen, what direction we're looking for on the 11th on the Acme Road if we were to proceed with it.
So we would want to get some certainty as to whether or not we're going to do the project so that we can begin with the land deals and everything. If there was an appetite to do the debt, we could return some. I mean, right now I've provided some scenarios on debt, but those rates are ever changing. They're only good for, a couple weeks. I've taken the interim piece, but they set it on the quarterly one. So we would bring back some additional information probably early in the new year to say this is what we could apply for and look to start securing that debt. It can be a lengthy process just to get through everything and establish those. So I would say probably in 2025, we would look to start creating those borrowing bylaws and doing the applications to get the debt so that we could get those dollars in before we go into 2026 and start doing the work. So you could approve the project in theory and in concept, so we could begin the work. You could approve it currently under the roads reserve and then, decide to do the debt later if you want. You could approve it through debt today and then change your mind, in 2025. So I would say from a project perspective, we would just want to get the approval so that we can start those steps. And then we've got some time to settle everything out and sort everything out prior to the shovel hitting the ground and having to have those things in place.
Okay, so for the 11th then, the decision on the Acme Road is whether or not we proceed or whether or not we don't proceed. That's the main decision for the 11th, and then we can deal with how we fund it at a separate session, because we do have the money in reserves, so it's not like we're approving a project that we can't fund, but there is alternate options that we can look at in the new year. Does that make sense to everyone? And Jeff, is that acceptable?
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. I know Jen had mentioned we have to have approval from Alberta Capital Finance Authority before the project starts or commences. So we might want to look at those criteria of what they determine when that project starts and make sure we're not running afoul of their rules. But for sure, just if we do approve it on the December 11th, we'll still have time early in 2025 to sort out the funding and borrowing piece.
Okay.
But we would want to do that before we start any land deals or any work.
So is it possible before the 11th, Jeff, to get an idea of what the requirements for Alberta Capital Finance are and when we would need to make that decision? I think that's probably something that would be useful for council to have.
Yeah, we'll try and do a little bit of research on their grant, or not the grant, the borrowing
criteria.
requirements,
Mhm.
and make sure we kind of highlight those pieces in our RFD for the 11th, so council knows the timeline.
Okay. Good. Is there anything else on the budget that anyone would like to discuss? No, if not, we have a motion on page 121. And because we've already made the motion to remove that project sheet, we don't need to redo that. So we can just make the motion that's on the screen, I believe. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, Councillor Miller.
So I would move the council accept the 2025 budget package as information.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And then Jeff will move on to the 5-year historical financial information.
We do have agenda item 9.3 read
Oh,
on
so
page 322.
I got so excited. I marked that one off already.
Yeah, so
9.3, sorry.
It's just an information item for council. I wasn't intending on having a lot of debate or discussion on it. It's just for information purposes. These are other project sheets that administratively we put together as part of the 2025 budget deliberations.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
So, when we discussed the STARS one, I had suggested that maybe, when we looked at it at this meeting, that, we could request, that communication, do, a bit of an article on our STARS contribution. I think that the, level of detail provided in this project sheet, although we're not actioning it, I think the information is really useful. And so I would move that we request that a communication piece be done on this project sheet, although it's not moving forward.
Okay, on the STARS annual contribution. On historical STARS annual contribution. Does that?
Yes, the whole idea that we have contributed $409,000 or something to STARS, and that our current contribution is almost $52,000 a year. I think that's pretty impressive.
Okay. So does anyone need that motion to be on the screen? I believe the motion is that council direct administration to do a communication piece on historical STARS contributions. Does that accurately reflect that?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Miller?
I think in our STARS presentation, they also had some stats that came with it of how many landings they had too.
Mm.
So that might be a useful thing too, how many actual flights were involved.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Is everyone all right with that then? If there's no further discussion, I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Councillor Johnson?
In addition, if I might, the Westward Ho package is in here. And I know that they're proposing to meet again perhaps Saturday. Certainly, I think that their intent would be to look at portions of this project. I think everybody has agreed that areas of concern 5 and 6 are extremely expensive. And so I wouldn't expect to see anything about that again unless it comes from AT. But I would move perhaps that we would accept receive the other projects considered in the 2025 budget preparations report as information with appropriate actions to be taken. And that allows for the STARS motion we've just made, and perhaps for some ongoing discussions or negotiations with the Campers Association as this comes forward, rather than having the recommendation for a motion that says no further action be taken.
Okay, so I'm going to have to, I don't completely understand your motion, so I'm going to have to ask you to tell Laura what your motion is, and then we can put it on the screen.
Okay, just that council received the other projects considered in the 2025 budget preparations report as information with appropriate actions to be taken.
Oh, you're making a motion to receive all of them and then with appropriate actions to be taken.
That's correct.
Okay, and so we'll wait for that to be on the screen and then I'll maybe ask a clarifying question. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, does that reflect your motion? Okay, so the motion reads that council received the other projects considered in 2025 budget preparation reports as information with appropriate actions to be taken. So if this is direction to administration, I'm not sure what appropriate actions are to be taken because we've already removed these from the budget deliberation. So what appropriate actions are you looking for?
The communication piece on STARS.
Yeah, so we've already made a motion on
Yes.
that, and that motion has been approved by council. So that is already on record as an action for administration to take away.
And this would allow perhaps for some ongoing, at some point, some forward negotiations on the Westford Ho project.
So do you want to be specific with that then? Because I don't know, Jeff, how would administration utilize this motion right now?
Likely, it doesn't change how we would proceed. So we still have an operating agreement with Westford Ho, and administratively we'll continue to work with them. But as far as any projects or funding requirements, they would have to come back to council for future direction. So administratively, we would not be pursuing those, but if requests or opportunities were brought forward for council consideration, we would administratively bring them forward to council as we do all the time. So
Okay.
We wouldn't determine what the appropriate action is. We would need to come back to council to determine what that is.
Okay, so as long as council understands and the position of administration is this means no action at the moment, we're not giving you any direction. So if we understand that, you understand that, then that's perfect. Okay, excellent. Is there any further discussion on this motion? No, then I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. Okay, now on to 9.4, 5-year historical financial information.
Starting on page 332, Reeve, is a report that council requested be prepared as part of the 2025 budget deliberations. And we have included historical revenues, requisitions, year-end results, as well as some tax information, assessment information, and some comparisons of provincial versus municipal revenues from taxes collected.
Thank you. Council, any questions? No? Councillor Lutz?
Just thanks for doing it. It's great information to have, and I really appreciated seeing it.
All right, if there is no questions, we have a motion on page 332. I will move that council receive the 5-year historical review of revenues, requisitions, and surpluses information with no further action to be taken. Any further discussion on the motion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay, we have councillor reports, and I will start with Councillor Harris, please.
So on the 13th, Councillor Fulton and I attended the first organizing meeting for Aggie Days 2025. It's going to be held in Carstairs once again, and with the 3 ag societies, Cremona, Carstairs, and Didsbury, all collaborating to put that on, along with support from Mountain View County. I've been working with one of the aides to the ag minister who was introduced to me at RMA, and they found a very promising matching grant that looks like it would be something, and we're continuing to follow that up.
Yeah, that. Just wondering if Olds Egg Society has been engaged at all.
No, at the beginning of Aggie Days 3 years ago, they deferred because they have their exhibition. And they just didn't feel this fit into their.
I'm wondering with the new board and new management team, if it's worth re-engaging that conversation. A lot's changed for the Egg Society in 3 years.
Yeah, we can take that back to the meeting for sure. Moving on, Mountain View Seniors Housing Board meeting, I'll leave that up to the chair, Councillor Fulton. Everybody knows the Cremona election has gone and that was sent out by the CAO. The winners there. And that's it.
Thank
for me.
you. Councillor Lutz.
So I participated in the MPC training day, which we had Gwendolyn, I think that's the right name, and she was just amazing, really good instructor, and really kept the day moving well, and lots of good stories. That evening, I went to the Olds Healthcare Professional Attention and Retention Committee, and they were redoing or re-looking at their strategic plan. Attended the Brood information session for the public, and they had a series of these in different locations in the region, and it was a kickoff to forming more teams and getting the public more engaged and getting more advocates on board to help with the movement. Attended the council financial workshop and found that really beneficial. The ASB orientation, and we welcomed Gerald Ingeveld and Josh Hammer as our new ASB members, and that was great. I still volunteer with the PAMS Indigenous working group. We talked about that a bit. I'm the PAMS alternate, and Councillor Johnson hasn't received the Indigenous training yet, so there might be a bit of a delay in the handoff on that one, but I am volunteering my time for that. And working with engaging residents around the golf course area on the Natook North circulation with the mail strike. I just want to make sure that the community is informed. So the closing for feedback is November 30th, so that's coming up quickly. And just wanted to acknowledge Marty Butts and the work that he did for the community. That was quite tragic, and just wanted to publicly acknowledge his contributions to our area.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
So I attended the council workshop here. And then also Didsbury Library had a meeting that same night. And then we had an ICC pre-meeting and then an ICC meeting with the town of Didsbury last week. And that's basically it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I attended the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance board meeting, and I'd like to bring forward something from that in a moment. I attended the Sundre Hospital Gala, which was very successful. Local people had made a quilt that sold a total of 6 times, I think, for $25,000. I attended the financial workshop here, which was excellent. I attended the annual general meeting at the Eagle Hill Hall, where they donated money both to the Eagle Hill and Eagle Valley cemeteries, and attended on Thursday last week, the MPC meeting. So can we have another look, please, Laura, at that soils map that I sent you today? And the reason I'm bringing this forward, and I think I sent it to councillors when I got it at the Watershed Alliance board meeting. Can you make the part of Mountain View County big enough that we could see it? Yeah, thank you. So you can see the pink dot where Mountain View County is kind of, a lot of Division 6 is in that pink dot, and that pink dot indicates that the soils there are desperately dry. I think 25 to 50, the driest they've been in, I think 25 to 50 years. So my thought when I looked at this and the fact that in our last legislative quarterly report, it showed that this year, I think there had been 41 fracs. And I'm wondering, as support for the RMA resolution that we wrote, would it be useful to map those 41 frac locations and layer it on top of this existing map? Because my theory would be, although this is the driest spot for, you know, probably more than 100 miles around, I would expect that there is a high correlation between those 41, I think it's now 42 or 43, because I think at least one more hole got fracked here in the last week. So I'm thinking there's a high correlation between the fracks that were done in Mountain View County and this very dry soil site. And so I'm wondering, do we have the capability? Is council interested in looking at a correlation? Is that useful information?
So just looking at administration, Jeff, is this possible that we can pull this information into our mapping GIS system?
From a PDF, it would be difficult, but if we were able to get a hold of the document that whoever produced this, that can be integrated, I'm sure there probably is a way. I don't think we import them automatically. So we could try and hunt it down and then go through the exercise of putting the frac sites on top of it. But it would be, I don't know the time estimate or cost estimate, but it would be a bit of an undertaking.
Okay, so then just Councillor Johnson, with the end result to map the fracs on top of that and then write a letter to the minister, is that what you're thinking?
Well, I think that there's several options. I think that that yes, certainly what you have indicated is probably the most direct way to have some attention paid to this issue. But I think secondarily, if council doesn't agree with that approach, that even if we could map the information and provide it to RMA, that to their lobby people, it would be another tool in their toolbox.
So is this something that we could just forward to RMA or write RMA a letter, attach this map and ask them how they could incorporate this without our staff trying to do the work? I'm sure they have more resources to do this sort of thing. Would that be something that would be acceptable?
If we can supply them with the frac locations so that they have all the information they need in order to create the map. Or maybe that's not information that we're supposed to share. That's why I don't know what we should do with it.
Jeff.
So just a suggestion, Reeve, I don't think we have the frac sites in our GIS system either. Eventually, we would have all the well sites, but we don't know the level of activity of each one. This data comes from the province. The frac data comes from the province. It would make more sense to me if it was a request to the province to create the mapping, since they hold both sets of data.
So there is an opportunity for us to take this map and write a letter to the province and say, we're very concerned specifically with the very, very dry soils within the center or within the northwest of Mountain View County. Could the province please see if there's a correlation between this and between all of the fracking, the ongoing oil and gas activities that are happening? We can do that if that's what council would support. Would that?
Yes, but from the road data, because I know frac loads are very heavy, we know where the frac loads were going. So we could probably provide them with land location numbers for those 41 fracs. Is that correct?
We could go through 41 applications and pull all that out, but the AER has all that data already in their system, which is why I would recommend the province use their own data to provide us with some information.
But we can for sure highlight the map and we can highlight our concerns and make sure that we get that in writing. Would that be something, Councillor Johnson, as a start? that would
Yes,
be-
I
'cause we
think
could
that-
do- We could do that fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think that would be a really useful start to send this map that highlights this large, very dry spot in the whole province and indicate that there have been 41 fracs or maybe 42 or 43 by now in this very same area and ask them to create the correlation because it's not in their current self-interest to do that. I doubt if they will, but I expect the correlation is significant.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Just question for you, like, because it's a moisture level, it would kind of make the assumption that there's less rain because the fracking would be pulled from creeks, rivers. I was actually surprised to see this, and thanks for sending it, because we've had no rain, like 2.6 centimeters over the season, but I guess it was a springtime measurement. I'm just wondering where you're connecting water withdrawal with moisture levels.
Because if you, this is a November 13th map, and if you look at the November 13th precipitation, so this is the soil map, there's also a November 13th precipitation map, which does not show this big dot. The precipitation is relatively equal over the entire area as shown by the sort of orangish color there. But this large pink dot is the only one in a very large area and just happens to correspond with 41 fracs. And the water used in Division 6 for fracking over this summer has not come out of rivers and creeks. It's come out of a local gravel pit and a spring-fed excavation.
Yeah, so maybe we can take this offline. I just don't understand the title saying spring wheat soil moisture reserves. So I'm just confused on what that means.
Okay, so because this has just been brought forward in council reports and a letter to the province is probably fairly significant. I would agree, Councillor Lutz, we probably need a little bit more information. So Councillor Johnson, if you want to do a notice of motion that you're going to bring this back with some more information and a request for council to consider, maybe that is the best way to proceed.
Yes, and I can get you the additional information from the Watershed Alliance because there's a whole series of maps.
Okay.
So as a notice of motion, I would propose to bring this map and additional information forward with the intent that we would send a letter to the minister.
Okay. And I don't notice the motion, Jeff, do not require a vote. So that's great.
Yes, if Councillor Johnson could send me the information she wants on the next agenda, I will work with her to make sure the RFD matches what she's asking council to consider, and we'll put that on the next agenda.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Nixon.
I also went to the MPC training. It was quite entertaining. I've never done that before, and she was really great. So I appreciate that. And I learned a lot actually there. So that's great. Strings and Keys Committee, we met. As we saw earlier, there were 3 applications that were awarded the final grant money or the final donation money, sorry, that was allotted and left over for the remaining year. So that was very exciting. A lot more applications were received than obviously could be, we could spend, you know, tens of thousands of dollars helping out all these kids that want to further their musical career. So that was very, very exciting to see. And then of course we had the finance workshop. So that was fun to participate in, even though finance isn't always considered fun. I liked it. And then some MPC meetings. And as well, I went to the Sundre Hospital Gala, and it was very interesting to see that Stars Quilt go so many times and raise so much money for the Sundre Hospital Futures Committee. So it was a very great event to attend and be at.
Excellent. Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, well, I'll start off, Councillor Harris highlighted that he attended the first Aggie Day meeting, November 13th. November 14th was the Parkland Library Board meeting. It was a reorg meeting. Our president or the chair of the executive still the same. Not a lot of changes in the board membership there. Nothing to report really, just business as usual. 14th, we had our, later that afternoon, the 14th had the Mountain View Seniors Housing Board meeting. Key messages were circulated. Nothing a lot to report, just getting ready for it seems like we're always going into an audit or audit is on or the audit results are coming in. It seems like every few months we're doing that. Just went over our requisitions final was presented to us, 26, 27 operating forecasts. We had our management confirmation, draft capital budget, the town of Carsters and Olds housing needs assessment was discussed. So that was where we're at for that. 18th was at a Carsters Library Board meeting. Smooth sailing there. Budget's been presented and everything's moving fine, working through some policies. 19th was the finance workshop here. Then the 21st was the MPC meeting, then the ASB orientation after that. And in the evening, I had the honor to go to the Mountain View Seniors Housing Staff Appreciation and Awards evening there at Olds. And there was one individual was 35 years with Mountain View Seniors Housing Organization. It wasn't quite known as what it was back in the day, but so it was good to had about a little better than 50% of the staff was able to make it and come out for the evening, so that was good. And then the 20th was Didsbury ICC, which notes is also in there. So that is where I've been.
Excellent. Councillor Lutz.
Sorry, I forgot one thing, and I went to the Olds Library Board meeting, and they are beta testing their new website that they created. And they used a pretty Wix platform, fairly inexpensive, and it sure looked good when I was testing it. So they're hoping to launch that early part of December. So they did go ahead and revamp their system.
Good.
And Carsters, that was the question to Sundry there earlier so there has been some challenges with how to access your local library website. So the Parkland solution doesn't really seem to fit. So Olds has been the lead. They created a new website based on the Wix platform, and Carsters and Didsbury are hoping to kind of use the template and follow suit, and then we'll all be similar. So, and there's some other libraries in the region that also aren't.
Okay,
on board.
Councillor Miller. Okay. Perfect. And so just on the Mountain View Senior Housing, have you managed to arrange a meeting with the two ADMs as a follow-up from our RMA discussions yet?
No, we have had no correspondence yet, so.
Okay, so who's chasing that? Is Stacy chasing that? Or are you chasing that? Or who's?
Nobody has chased that yet would be the correct answer, yes. So
Okay.
we'll work on chasing that. Maybe I'll talk to somebody at the table here that can.
So please,
get it
please
here.
chase that through the ADMs. Christopher, I don't know if we got a contact for the gentleman that was in the room with Minister Nixon, who seemed to be the administrative support. I didn't get a card from him, but if we have any idea who that gentleman was, then that would be helpful. We can
Yeah, I
start-
have his name down, so we could look up his contact information fairly easily.
That would be excellent. Let's take advantage of making sure we get that sooner rather than later. Okay, so just quick, SRD is the South Red Deer Regional Wastewater Commission has been very busy and very active. So we were able to co-chair a water forum on the 18th of November at the Government House in Edmonton. I'd never been there before. It's just lovely. It was really a special opportunity. So we hosted 24 out of the 39 water and wastewater commissions in Alberta. So 39 water wastewater commissions actually represent over 100 municipalities in Alberta. So this was a really big undertaking, and with the idea of really looking at how we can increase support, financial and environmental support for all the commissions within Alberta. So it was a great meeting. We plan to have another follow-up meeting in 2025. I'm awaiting the report that's going to come out of that, and then when I get that, I'll share it with council. Hospital Gala, as Councillor Johnson said, was they just up it up a notch, and Councillor Nixon, they up it up. They just increased the level of professionalism and everything in that gala every year. So I always look forward to it. Jeff and I were able to attend an Old College strategic planning session. So we heard when we met with the board that they were going to do a strategic planning outreach. Jeff, I can't remember the name of the company that's doing the consulting company, but there's a consulting company that's doing all of their engagements. So Jeff and I spent about an hour there, and that was really good. And then, yep, just some ICC work and some financial workshops. And I think the two financial workshops that we've had have sure sped up the process budget at the council table. Probably what we miss a little bit in thinking when we're going through this is, seeing two people in the gallery, there's not a whole lot of comments on the budget. It's probably just important to communicate to our residents that the rationale for not having a whole lot of comments in open session is because we've had the opportunity to have a day and a half going through the budget. So I think that's also important, but I kind of noticed that when we were going through big dollar amounts. If I was sitting in the gallery, I'd think, geez, I wonder, why aren't they asking more questions? So it just dawned on me at the end of it. But I just wanted to state that, and sure appreciate everyone making the time to attend those financial workshops. So with that, if there's no other information or questions for anyone, then I'll ask for a motion to receive all of those reports for information. Councillor Fulton.
So moved.
Okay, any further discussion? I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. We have 3 information items, 2 contact newsletters, and the letter from the Red Deer Watershed Alliance. On funding, just checking and making sure we do have the Red Deer Watershed Alliance membership included in our 2025 budget. I see no reason why we took it out, so we're good with that, Jeff?
That is correct. It's in there as a regular item until council tells us otherwise.
Okay, thank you. So is there any other questions on those 3 information items? No, seeing none, looking for a motion. Councillor Johnson.
I would move to receive them.
Just
I would move to receive them for information. One of the contact newsletters, I think the second one, again, had the whole reminder about the water license thing. A new water licensing system requires action from some water license holders. So I did a little work with Laura Lee. And we may have a little look at that at Ag Service Board, because it was discussed at Ag Service Board. But certainly I learned that the water license holders are different than registered water wells. And so 2 different things.
Okay, and so I did hear a motion in there.
Yes.
The recommended motion? All
Yes,
right.
for information, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I just, is there any further discussion? No, seeing none, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And if you do have an opportunity, I did go and do the water survey. There's a water usage survey right now that Alberta Environment and Protected Areas have put out. So if you don't have the link, let me know and I'll send you the link. You can either do a short version, which takes kind of like 5 minutes, or you can do the long extended version, which takes a lot of your life. So I looked at both of them, but it's a very good survey and it's worthwhile doing for sure. All right. So that takes us to the end of our open session agenda. So I will take a motion to go in closed session, please.
I'll move for a break and then close session.
Okay, so Councillor Fulton moves to go into closed session. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that and opposed? Okay, so that motion is carried.
Yeah.
We are going into closed session.
Non-debatable.
Laura will need 5 minutes to get us out of closed session, out of open session. And wait a minute, we haven't left the council table yet. And so council is now moved into closed session, which will end the public broadcast. Any motions made following the in-camera session will be captured within council's meeting minutes, which can be found on the county's website within the next few days. Thank you for tuning in.